Yeah.
I think you might want to. If I had to guess.
No, I don't, actually. We're not gonna...
James,
Oh.
do it.
Why?
Because I said so.
James has done the only other one that I haven't.
James, do it.
Yeah, what's one more?
Or Darla.
So there was a mission that we had to do,
Mm-hmm.
and so we went to the place where we were supposed to do the mission, and then we were like, hey, we're here to do the mission. And then there's like basement, and then we were like, okay. And then we got in the basement, and then 3 of us got eaten by the basement floor. And then Basalt ran up and was like, basement, and then the guy was like, scary. And then the guy had a baseball bat, and then the guy and Basalt went in the basement, and then the guy was like, goodbye, and Basalt got pushed and the guy ran away. And then we all got eaten by the floor. And then we were in the floor, but the
Where did you learn
floor...
this narration style?
But then the floor was actually a whole different place, a whole different like world, a pocket dimension, some might call it. And so there were hands, and the trees were hands, and then we fucked around, and there was a ring, and then doorbell got ringed, and everything went bad. It got red, and there were hands, and there was a hand person, a person of hands, and that was God. That was the God. And then we burned the house down, and that was good, and it made the world start falling apart. And the God was like, well, why have you done this? Why do you work for them? And then the God withered away and crumbled into dust and died. But didn't crumble into dust that much, actually, because Avril got meat chunks from it. And then put on the ring. Ring goes on, and then there's an exit that we can go through, and we don't get burned to death. And then we were in the basement again. And then we fucked around for like 30 minutes or something. And got nothing done. And then we left. And then
Richard gave computer to IT.
yeah, Richard gave the computer to it. Avril fucked around and found out. What?
There's an hour of some indescribable event that I cannot remember happening.
I don't know, there's some in between.
Like ate a hamburger for like $15.
Right.
Yeah, like had a hamburger. And Avril fucked around and made bad things happen and cut a hand, and then hands were born like a little spider egg sac. And the whole room got scary and infested. And then Avril was like, uh-oh. And then Avril went to Basalt. No, first Avril called Lake like 100 times. Then Avril went to Basalt because Lake was too busy hamburgering it up.
For $15.
For $15. And then also Richard saw a hand, and was like, "What's going on?" And then Richard ran into Lake, who was coming back at the time, and Richard was like, "Hands," and wait, was it that Lake had just come out of his room?
No, you had just gone to Avril's room.
And then he came back to Richard.
So wait, so Lake would have went to his room, saw the calls, went to Avril's room, and it's sealed,
Yeah.
right?
then he
That's what would
came
have happened,
back.
and then Richard was there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what happened. And then Richard and Lake went to Basalt room, and Avril did the Scott Pilgrim gif, and Basalt was like, "Yeah, Avril ran away now."
I was
And then-
watching the recording and it was really good because like was like, I need to talk to Avril, and was always like, you just missed him.
And then they sat around. The three of them sat around in Basalt's room, house, apartment. And there was a beer had and there was a wine had, I believe. And then Avril ran into the ocean. And then Avril, two people came up to Avril and were like, "What's up? What's popping?" And then I don't know. And then there was like, and then they were like, "You're gonna do something for us," or something. And Avril was like, "Okay." And then Avril ran away again. But this time into the ground. Avril ran into the floor, into the ground. And was like in a place that's under the ground a little bit. And then Lake found him and tracked him down, and then they went back home, and Avril was like, "I'm in a drug trafficking ring also," before they went home or something. And then they went home, and then they took care, sort of the hand problem, mostly. And then Lake slapped him, and then Lake got tased. And then... Is that it?
I think Lake
Pretty much.
took.
Oh, yeah. Lake has the taser now, and then it's over. And then they went home to bed, and then it's done.
And it is done.
Yes. How many inspiration points do I get?
You do get the achievement, the only one to do it. Recap last session.
Let's go.
That's too much work to recap.
Mhm.
What do I get for that? 1 proficiency?
One proficiency or 1 stamina, your choice.
1
Crazy
or 1.
benefits.
Yeah.
Then I'll get 1 proficiency.
Okay. Let's see here. One second. And we'll start off with Lake. You're in your office. As director, of course, you have an office. You have all the little trinkets on your table, little spoils from your work. The music box in the corner acting like a paperweight, even though it has much more meaning. You're reviewing your paperwork all scattered across your desk, though you can't quite make out what it says. And there's a bustle beyond the door to your office. And it looks like a fire has started in the bureau. What do you do?
Well, I go out of my office. What's the status? Does it seem like everybody's running around? What's going on?
There is chaos in the halls. You see the bureau's burning. You see red and orange flames licking the walls, piled high on the boards beyond. You're curious as to how you couldn't have seen it in your office. You see entire offices as you run down the hall with everyone else running in all sort of different directions. You see entire offices burned to a crisp. There are melted skeletons of former employees on tables from where they scrambled to get out. It is a flash fire, and it is all around you.
I put my hand in the fire.
Okay. It hurts. You feel your hand start to, like, calcify and burn, and you immediately get the feeling of... You immediately know what it is like to burn alive, even though you are just sticking your hand in the fire. And once again, knowledge is a curse that you have.
Okay.
You pull out your hand, and it's a little bit, like, charred. There's some ash and soot on it, and but the hand seems relatively fine.
Where does it look like the fire started, if I can discern that at all?
It is all around you. Make a d20 roll.
Okay. 17.
You almost get like a gut feeling immediately, and you know that it started below you. You know that it started on one of the ground floors deep into the basement, and it is like spiraling up the IBMM.
I want to get down as fast as I can.
Okay. You make your way down through the stairs. You have to push past a bunch of like crowds of people that are running up and trying to find ways out. You run past what looks like the research offices, where you see all of the logistics department like scrambling and running. You see papers flying everywhere as you make your way down into containment, which is the bottom level area where you see in one of the cells this, as you go down, the flame seems to change colors and become a little bit more like a rainbow fire almost.
Ooh.
And as you go down, you see this large... The way containment is set up is that it's almost like a panopticon. There is one large central structure and many rows of containment cells and different things like surrounding it. And on this large central structure, you see a large 12-sided, like rotating object that's just on fire with brilliant multicolored light. And it is, the entire like central pillar is just up in flames. Building shakes and you feel like rubble start to fall from the ceiling as this thing burns, and you swear you see some sort of like, was that a face that's in this large 12-sided structure? It looks like just like a floating D12, but you see like faces and hands like reach out from behind it as it burns.
I want to try to touch it, try to
Okay.
like sprint through the fire and grab it.
Make a D20 roll.
Okay. 6.
Okay. I think that as you get up to it, you have to like climb a bit, and the area around you is caving in, and I think you like just get like one finger on it as the rest of the building caves in on you, and your sight goes black. But you touch it, and you hear a resonant like chorus of people, like voices in your mind say thank you as your vision goes black. And it's black for a little bit. You suddenly feel the relative comfort of your own bed, and you are suddenly like slowly awoken to the sounds of what sounds like rain. It seems like the latter half of the storm that was brewing the night before has come as you wake up and you see it's pouring outside of your window. It is the day after your last mission, after the whole fiasco with the smaller hands, and you are not the director. You've never been the director. What do you do?
I stare outside for a little while, just kind of watching the rain and the world. And I run my hand through my hair, and I just get ready for my day.
Okay. Get ready for your day as the building starts to wake up. It is early in the morning. What time does everybody wake up?
What time did everything end?
It ended late into the night, I think.
But
Yeah,
what is late?
Very late.
Yeah, like early into the morning, late.
Like 4 a.m.?
No, like
2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Okay.
I get
What?
up early.
What time am I expected to come into work?
You're expected to come in for a debrief around 10.
Okay. I'd wake up at like at least 8 then.
Okay.
Yeah, Pistol was up at like 7:30.
8
Okay.
also.
Yeah, whatever time I have to be there by, I'll be an hour early.
Okay. We shift from Lake to Richard then. You are... Actually, wait. Basalt, when did you say you wake up?
Like 7:30.
Okay, yeah, we'll switch to you then.
Oh,
What does your morning look like now?
Probably the same as always, but now she's like checking the drains and stuff. Before she takes a shower, she's like taking the little like whatever is in the drain. She takes it out and like peers down there. Maybe she shoots a little bit of fire down there or something. I don't know. And then yeah, yeah, just normal morning things, I guess.
Okay. You make your way through your morning routine. There is little disturbing it, but around like 8:30ish, you've finished like showering and you're probably like making breakfast or doing some other mundane activity when you hear a knock at your door.
Okay, she like makes sure she has work clothes on and then she goes to the door. Is there people or does she just open it?
There's a people.
Can she look through it?
Yeah. You see someone who you have mixed feelings about. This is the person that you have, or at least your body has history with. They are, seem to be a human. They seem to have like curly brown hair that reaches like just past their chest, and they seem to be holding a basket of fruit.
Okay, she like kind of backs away from the door a little bit and then she like hits herself in the face, like hits her cheeks, you know, like, and then opens the door with a completely, she tries to make her face as like stoned as possible. Good morning.
What is this person's name?
This person's name is Avery.
Okay. Avery, looks at you with a kind of joyous smile that, as you say, morning, kind of drops the slightest bit. And she goes, Danny, I'm sorry, but Basalt, how are you settling in? How's your... I brought, like a welcome home gift, I guess. You see it now, it's this, like, it's like a welcome basket. It has a bunch of fruit and cheese, and there's a wine bottle in there and stuff.
Thank you. But she, like, doesn't reach to grab it. She kind of, like, keeps eye contact with Avery, like,
She, sits there for an awkward second, and I think it's now going through her head that she's not going to be invited in. And she, like, sets the basket down, and she goes, are you enjoying your new job? Is the apartment good?
it's fine. We have, you know, there's some problems, some insect problems, but what can you do? I assume this is normal. New job is standard, I think.
Well, I'm here, of course, if you ever need anything. I brought your favorite, or what used to be your favorite vintage. I'm not entirely sure if you like it now, but it's worth a shot, I guess.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I'm just gonna keep staring.
I think it, like, dawns on her that, like, she's not gonna get any formality, and she goes, well, thank you. I will... we should get coffee sometime soon. I'll ring you up sometime.
Please do.
And don't hesitate to reach out. And she turns and walks away.
She's gonna keep staring at her until she's completely out of sight.
She turns down the hallway and goes towards the elevator. And she's out of sight now. The
Okay,
gift
and then
basket is still on the ground.
She picks up the basket and puts it in her kitchen, and then it doesn't go in the kitchen anymore.
Okay. Now we'll switch over to Richard. You're getting there super early for work. What does your, like, morning routine look like? Because we didn't see it before, I don't think.
For work?
Yeah.
Wake up pretty abnormally early. Get out of bed, like, kind of sit on the end of the bed for a second. Then go get up, get some coffee, black coffee. Maybe there's a little something extra in it. Who knows? But have a sip of that, look outside. Not really saying or doing all that much. But then go to his closet, open it up, and see at least like 15 of the same suit and tie and pants combo. and he'll get it out, and then iron it, and all in pretty complete silence. And then he'll go take a shower. Make sure there's no little things in the drain like Basalt did. And then he'll take a shower, get dressed, pack his suitcase full of everything he would need, all his portfolios and files and such. Get dressed and then head out to work.
You head to work. It is a short commute, and as you get there, the IT person who you flagged down the other day, Kevin Sanderson, sees you walk in as he's going for up to one of the higher levels, and motions for you to come forward.
I'll walk over.
Richard, I don't know what you gave the other day to the IT department. We've all been trying to crack it all morning. We haven't been able to get in.
Oh, really? I didn't think it would be that much of an issue. I figured it was just, I don't know, a pretty unsecured personal laptop. But,
Well, it's not that it's not secured, it's that, like, we looked on the... once we got through the first round of passwords, it started to, like, corrupt some of our systems. We had to, like, shut it off, and we've been, like, quarantining it all day. There's something up with it. It's weird. Where did you get it?
was out doing some field work, and we figured it was appropriate to take this in after the manager of the place we were at assaulted one of our team members, and then ran off, fled the scene, and didn't even bother warning us about any dangers, or didn't even bother to help us out navigating the basement of that location. But I didn't figure it was that relevant. I just know that a few of the team members were interested in finding this guy and tracking him down. It may be corrupted by its proximity to, I mean, not to give too much information out, but it could be corrupted by something unnatural.
He, like, looks at you and, like, winks and goes, I got you. Maybe this, I feel like we should, I'll inform someone, get that search party going. It should be probably higher priority if he did make something of this sophistication. This is like this is a virus that could wipe out our whole system if we're not really careful.
I'll bring it up with my captain, but thanks for looking into it. But,
of course, yeah, and we'll keep digging away at it. We'll let you know if we make any breakthroughs.
Sounds great. Put his hand out for a handshake and then grab it with his other hand, shake it, and walk off.
You walk off. What is your... Do you talk to anyone as you go into work, or are you... There's a few people here that are as early as you. other like really zealous overworkers. I don't think any hosts, but some people.
Yeah, I'll just kind of walk over to like my desk, my area, kind of keeping to myself. But if anyone says hi, it'll like shoot up and be like, "Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Richard.
Hey, pleasure to see you today.
Yeah.
Let's have a great day at work today."
Of course, yeah. And I think that you just get like random small talk business, like hope your weekend was good, stuff like that. And about like halfway through like setting your computer up and like getting ready to work, you get a message on Microsoft Teams, essentially. It just looks like a string of numbers, or like it just looks like a bunch of letters and numbers, essentially. It's from someone that you don't recognize. They are a little... Their icon is like a little, like what looks like a stock photo, almost. And they don't seem to have any sort of, like, identifying things on their profile.
Or any like a name with it?
There is... Where there would be a name, that's also just like a string of numbers and letters.
Okay. I'll give Kevin a call.
Okay. You call up Kevin. He, I think you just like call him to your department and that sort of area, and he comes over. He goes, "What's the problem, Richard?"
Hey, I'm really sorry to bother you, but I just opened up my computer here and come check this out. I'll motion him over to my desk, and he'll sit him down in my seat and like lean over him and behind the chair. Yeah, so I just opened this up and I just got this message. Kind of a strange picture. I can't really make out any of this message either. Is this the kind of stuff you guys were seeing with that other laptop?
It's nearby, but I wouldn't call it the same. It doesn't seem like it's... This just seems like your everyday scammer. It is a good thing you caught this before we... before it sent you any sort of Trojan backdoors, and then we could... It's good that you caught this. We need to redouble our security efforts, it seems, but I wouldn't be too worried about this. Just delete it and go on with your day.
Alright, well, sorry to call you down, but just figured better be safe than sorry.
Of course, thank you. And again, it's good that you caught this.
Yep, of course. Well, I'll see you around then.
He looks nervous as he leaves.
Okay, I'll definitely notice, but I won't say anything. But I'll sit back down.
Okay.
I'll look at it for a few more seconds. Does it look like any of this text or anything is like... Are there any like discernible patterns, or does it look just kind of random?
Roll a d20.
Okay. 19.
What you thought was interchangeable text and numbers, you are now looking at it and you start to see connections, and you start to see some sort of like pattern. And I think you go and you like I think you realize that from the way that they're typing, it seems to be like there is an order to what they are typing. It seems to be a series of numbers and letters, but they are in a specific sequence to where if you were to type them out on a computer, you could probably like shift your hand somewhere and it could be something legible.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just like write it down on like a sticky note. Get rid of that off the computer and then see what I can do if I can unscramble it before the workday begins.
It takes the better part of the morning for you to like shift your fingers, and eventually you like actually I think you like shift like the way you're sitting and the orientation of your keyboard, and you like try just like typing it out like you would on a normal keyboard if it was like the right side. And I think you get a sort of small message that is fairly simple. It just reads, please let me in.
Hey. Well, I'll write that down on the sticky note too, and then just sort of leave it there. Yeah. I'll go look back at the computer, or like at the message after I deleted it. Is there any like, it's just gone now? There's nothing. No one tried to send anything else?
It seems to be gone now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep that sticky note like in my little cubicle. And
then
yeah.
you get a bing. There is another message.
What does this one say?
It is just another bunch of numbers, but using the sort of way that you deciphered the last one, you see that it reads, I see roses, don't trust roses.
Okay. I'll write that down as well. Is it coming from the same like person? It seems like the same picture.
It seems like it. You'd have to like block them in order to get these to stop, but
Okay.
they
Yeah.
another message comes through that just says, please let me in, and then another one, and then one that says, please let me out, and then another one that just says out.
Well, yeah, I'll make a note of all this. At this point, the sticky note's probably pretty crowded with words. Did the messages stop coming through after that?
Yeah.
Okay. I will just leave it. I will not block this person. I'll just keep deleting it.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll just wait until Lake gets there. but I won't tell anyone else about it quite yet.
Okay. I think the camera shifts over to Averill. What does your morning look like?
He's
You are
lying.
in a sorry state.
Okay. He's been awake for a couple of hours, which is not promising because he went to bed quite late. But in the way that you are dead-eyed staring at the ceiling in a wet blanket or 3 on your couch and not your bed. And there are like 4 bottles of blood that he's drank on the floor and he's on his 5th or something. And he fades into awareness of the room and takes note that it is raining and gets up and looks out the window.
The bustle of the old port, which you can see from your window, the rain doesn't seem to stop any of the seagulls from trying to grab the food that various people are hurrying about with, trying to get out of the rain. But Portland is a rainy city today.
He's going to go open the front door, and is this like one of those apartments with the like it's a balcony on one side? Or what?
Yours isn't. Lake's is.
I mean like you go out the door and is it rooms on both sides or is it just one side of walls?
It's
know what I
rooms
mean?
on both sides.
Okay. Do I know where the garbage is there a trash fence, you know what I mean? Like they have the garbage bins and then like a fence around it. What's the situation with that?
They have like a dumpster with like a small fence around it outside, but
Is it a fence that you cannot see through?
no. There are holes through it and stuff.
Is there a fence that you cannot see through in the area?
I mean, yes, there are a few fences, like, down, like, not on the property, I don't think, but like a little bit, a few doors down there is like an alleyway and stuff. No fence.
He's going to take a towel. Wait, it's raining. He's going to take a bar of soap from his bathroom and go find a place that is open to the rain but secluded from the public and clean himself off.
Okay.
I take it is very cold.
Yes, that is very cool.
He takes a half-assed rain shower with a bar of soap, goes back to his apartment, dries himself off, blow dries his hair, but it doesn't look that great, and spends a moment running his fingers through the salt ruined texture, and then thinks for a moment, and then he'll braid it instead of putting it up like Makima.
Okay.
And then he's going to put on his work clothes, which are a little bit wrinkled,
You
and they air dried from Basalt's bathroom shower and also her soap.
you put on your work clothes and you feel something like moving around in your pocket.
Reach into the pocket and take this out.
It's a small little hand. Seems to have crawled from somewhere into.
He pinches it between his fingers, snaps it in half, and throws it in the garbage bin.
Okay.
And then he's going to put his sword around his around and open the door and walk to work, and then he's going to go to the training room.
Okay. What do you do when you're there?
Do I still have 1 stamina?
No, you all get a full night's rest and you can all
Okay.
heal up.
Okay. Then he is going to go to the simulator
Okay.
and turn it to... Is any god at your leisure here?
There are quite a few that have been like cataloged, and it's not any god. It is ones that the IBMM has defeated or killed before, that the research development has spent a good amount of time researching and like cataloging its moveset and programming it.
Do they have the bullet god?
They do not.
Do they have anything similar?
They have the... There's one god that...
Trebuchet.
Nope. What'd you say?
The trebuchet god.
They have one god that seems to be a amalgamation of guns and stuff called the NRA god, but
He'll put that one up.
seems to be a rifle god.
He'll pull up the rifle god.
Okay.
And he'll start doing solo combat.
Okay. Just roll a d20 for me.
Okay. He's not particularly trying to do this in an efficient manner.
Okay. It's mostly you getting your ass handed to you.
Okay, great. He just keeps with that.
Yeah, you don't have to like take any stamina damage or anything, but just know that every time you come out of the simulation, you look worse.
Yeah, every time he comes out, after having beaten it, he turns it back to the same thing and goes back in and proceeds to get his ass handed to him in the exact same way.
Like,
Me.
it is debrief time. You head to Director Aziz's office.
Can I
And-
do something first?
Of course.
Okay. I would want to come in like at least like 20 minutes early.
Okay.
And I would want to go to where I saw the D12
Sure.
in my dream.
Yeah, you make your way down to containment. This is generally a space reserved for people of higher status than like you're either assigned to containment or you're a person who has access to all levels of the IBMM. But getting down there is fairly simple for someone who is a captain level. And you make your way down into the central area. You see that same central kind of pillar area. You don't see any sort of D12 like object where you did before. It is just like a flat pillar.
Is anybody around?
There are some people working. It seems to be some grunt like researchers and some like lower level people who are assigned here for like security detail and just like guard duty that they'll never really have to. They assume that they'll never have to like see action. They're just kind of there for added like protection. You don't see anyone you know because you don't really spend time here, but
I'm just gonna go to whoever I see is closest to me at the moment.
yeah, you see a small, feminine-looking person who sits at a desk doing some, what look like calculations or something on a computer screen. And they look up and they go, "Can I help you?"
Does a dodecahedron mean anything to you? Relative to this location?
She, kind of, thinks for a second. She goes, do we have anything locked up that would fit that description? Or it doesn't ring any bells currently, but I can check the database.
I would appreciate if you could check the database. I'm curious if we do have something locked up here that is related to this.
Could I see some credentials first, just so that I...
Yes, I'll hand over whatever credentials.
Yeah. You hand over your badge, and she looks at it and she goes, "Okay." And she pulls up a database on her computer and looks into it. And she types on it for a few seconds and seems to be trying different words for, like, dodecahedron, like 12-sided shape, polygon, stuff like that. And they all seem to come up empty. And she goes, "I can't really find anything. You might... Is this like a... is this like a recent acquisition that you know of? Or if it's something old, you might want to check the archives, maybe? But
I'm not sure if it's something old. It's something that, well, how do I put this exactly? As a pact maker, there are certain visions that I get. And there was one specifically of this place with this object.
should we be worried, sir?
I wouldn't be worried quite yet. It's more just something that I'm currently looking into.
Okay.
If there is reason to worry, I am sure you will know about it in due time.
I will put a flag on any dodecahedron-like objects coming in, and I will let you know as soon as...
I appreciate your assistance. And he's going to just head back up and continue to what we're supposed to be doing, the debrief.
Okay. You do see on your way up that you pass the training sector, and you see that Avril's in the simulation room.
He's not winning.
He's not winning. He's actively losing.
Awesome.
Despite the fact that he is losing, he seems to be continuing like nothing is happening and is just seemingly missing all of his swings and persisting forwards to no avail.
That's good.
And you make your way to Director Aziz's office. The door is slightly ajar. You know that this usually means that you can just, like, walk in, and she's expecting you.
I knock while I walk in.
Okay. She looks up from her desk and goes, Agent Aurel, take a seat, please.
Close the door behind me and take a seat.
It's good to see that you are still in one piece.
As is the rest of my group, fortunately.
It's wonderful news. Tell me how it went. What did you find there?
There was a god, the god of hands, I believe it was. And we took care of it. It was inhabiting the basement of that motel. And all things considered, it went over fairly smoothly. We were taken into a what would you call it? We were dragged through the floor of the basement into a different area, some sort of domain that the god had control over. And there we were able to figure out that its heart was a little building that was within this area, and upon burning it down, the god ceased to function. And the group of us made it out, and everything went as smoothly as I could have asked for, I believe.
Good, good. And the missing folk, I'm assuming you did not find.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to find any survivors.
I assumed this would be the case, but it's still sad to hear. I will notify their next of kin immediately.
He nods.
You said a hand god?
I believe so, yes.
Would they be related to any of the few reports I've gotten from the other team captains and the compound of the hands being in?
He grits his teeth. Yes. There was one issue that I thought I had taken care of, but I suppose not.
Luckily, they seem to be just seeking to cause mischief right now. There's only been a couple, so we have sent for an extermination team. It shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Well, I'm glad it's not causing too much of a upset.
How did this issue come to pass?
Blake looks like he attempts to say something and then is unable to. and then sighs and says, Avril took a piece of the god from its domain and brought it to their apartment. And seemingly it was cut into, and from the wound that was created, these tiny hand creatures came forth.
For what purpose was the god piece brought back?
Consumption.
Do you envision this to happen again?
Avril would like to do this again, yes. As director, do you believe that taking pieces of gods to places such as the apartment complex is unsafe?
I believe that it requires some caution.
He nods.
Things like this, while they don't necessarily have repercussions, cause a certain hysteria in the community, and we can't afford for that to happen often.
Right.
But this is a one-time error, and I am sure that you will deal with it your own way as captain.
He nods.
Now, I assume that there wasn't anything left behind when it died. If there was, of course, I expect you to enter it into evidence and file it into the archives. You don't have anything they may have left behind on your person?
Not on my person, no.
Okay.
I believe the ring was left, right?
There was
Do we still have the ring?
There was a ring left, and there was a railroad spike that was left.
Oh, true.
Lake has the
Where's
ring.
the railroad spike? Wait, I do have the
Avril
ring? I
has-
thought Basalt had the ring.
Basalt gave it to Lake. Avril
Oh.
put the railroad spike in a Ziploc bag, and that's the last you saw of it.
Okay. And also, Avril still has the meat, right? Or
Yep,
did he eat it?
he did not
Okay.
eat it, but you don't know that. He was too tired to cook. He put in the freezer. He'll do it later.
Assuming Avril did not consume the remainder of the meat that was taken, there is that. There was also some kind of railroad spike that was left in the basement. I believe Avril should have that on his person. And I have forgotten, but he takes out the ring that he probably still has on his person because he wouldn't leave that at his apartment. There was this as well.
She like picks up a cloth and takes the ring, eyes it over for a second, and then folds the cloth over it and hands it back and goes, more paperwork for you, of course, but just enter it into evidence and file it into the archives, and we will do the proper procedures in containing it.
All right.
She looks tired when you bring out the ring in a way that you can't tell if it's just like the more paperwork that she's gonna have to do because you brought stuff back, but she seems annoyed that you brought stuff to her attention. Is there any concerns do you have after having done your first mission? Is there anything the Bureau can help you with?
Was it your choice personally to assign this group of 3 to me?
It was my choice to personally assign all of the hosts to their
He
captains.
nods. Is there any particular reason that you saw fit to assign Avril to my group?
Avril is a uniquely dangerous being who is on the brink of doing something really stupid. And you are the... I love June, but she is not going to be able to... If anyone can pull him back from doing stupid shit, it's you. I think.
His brow furrows a little and he nods.
But if you need any help, any gear, anything like that, do not hesitate to ask.
What stupid thing do you think he will do?
Avril has been reassigned multiple times to different teams, and
He seems aggressively not surprised.
he has been told that this is his final offer. And should he I fear that he is going to get rogue if he is not part of I fear that he's either going to run or to try to harm an IBMM agent before the end of that team. And so we have stuck him with one of our most capable agents and 2 of our most dangerous hosts in order to negate his ability to harm the others.
I see. I will do my best not to disappoint you.
That is all.
But I will say that
Yeah.
he is a handful.
He is indeed. If you need me to talk to him, of course, send him my way.
I don't think that will be necessary yet.
Okay. And like the there are never mind. You are doing a phenomenal job.
I appreciate it.
I will be in touch when we have a new assignment.
All right. Is that all?
You are dismissed.
He nods and stands up and leaves.
Where are you going?
Where am I going? I guess to Avril.
Okay. Head down to the training center.
He's still losing to the same god.
Could you is there like a spot to like watch somebody like do that? Could you just like spectate?
Yeah, there's like benches that you can sit on.
Okay, I'll just sit down on one of the benches.
Definitely does not notice you. It seems like he's been doing this for a while, judging by his breathing. He seems like he is tired, but it is not impacting his ability to move, or maybe he's forcing himself to move anyways. It is not great. It's definitely worse than you've seen him any other time. You could guess why. But his general method seems to be constantly moving the sword and walking forwards. Looks like he tends to back things into corners and play defensive whilst pressing the agenda. But he's taking a lot of bullets. And he's not looking great.
Alright, I'll wait until he, like, fails one more time.
How does he fail?
I don't know. How does he fail?
You describe it.
What can the rifle god do?
The
I
rifle
wonder.
god is a god that looks like this mechanized cowboy riding a mechanized horse, and they have like large what look like flintlock rifles for like fingers, and they can summon smaller rifles that like surround them and they shoot you.
Okay. He seems to be taking the bullets generally no problem, but it looks like this has come down to a war of attrition because one person is on a horse circling him and he is a person on the ground with one very large sword. So eventually in this like circular standoff, he doesn't manage to deflect something and his sword is blown off into the background and he goes and picks it up, turns off the thing. And then he starts looking for a different god.
You're muted.
Avril.
He turns his head and looks at him, but does not move the rest of his body.
Do you have the railroad spike?
I have it. Sir.
I need to file that into evidence
He takes it out of his pocket and puts it on the ground and keeps looking through the directory.
Is the meat of the hand god still in your apartment?
Why does that matter, sir?
It is also evidence.
I ate it.
Is this a lie?
Yeah.
You know this is a lie.
He like stands there for a second,
Keeps flipping through the terminal.
and then he just turns and leaves with the railroad spike.
Okay.
And he's just gonna do whatever he's supposed to with that.
Yeah, you bring it down to the archives, you fill in the required paperwork. You see the archive staff that's working there is someone that you're actually pretty familiar with. Their name is Lottie. They were a researcher who got promoted to like a head archivist position. And as you go to file in the appropriate paperwork for the railroad spike, you see she rolls her eyes and goes, "Another one of these." Okay.
You've been getting a lot of these.
Yeah, this is the fourth one that's come in the span of like 2 weeks.
Is this a recent occurrence? Have these been filed before?
I don't think so. It's just in the past few weeks they've just been piling up around here.
Interesting.
Anyway, yeah, I'll put that where it needs to go.
All right.
And you file away the ring as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are both in the archives.
Okay.
Richard,
Yes.
do you do anything the rest of your day? We're kind of entering like a downtime period, so I'm just gonna ask for like any scenes that anyone wants to run in between now and when you get your next mission, stuff like that.
Yeah. If I have any like sort of break time, I'll take the sticky note off the wall in the cubicle and go look to see if Lake is around.
Yeah, you have your lunch break that you can go do that
Okay.
with.
Yeah, do that. Would Lake be around here at this time?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go find you then. And bring the sticky note. Hey Lake,
Yeah.
I got something I wanted to talk to you about. So that laptop that we found on our mission before, Kevin and IT took a look at it, and they said there's something with the computer. It's got some kind of like virus or something. It's like corrupting. It's something. I'm not really a big tech guy, but I don't know. They said there was something up with it that was pretty strange. And then additionally, when I got to my office, I looked and I got a message on my computer, and I called Kevin and had him take a look, and he just told me not to worry about it and just to get rid of it. And good thing I had caught it. and then he just left. But I don't know. I looked into it a little more, and it looked like it was some kind of cipher or code. I just take a look at this. And I'll show him the note card. Oh, well, it says please let me in. I see roses. Don't trust roses. Please let me out. There's a bunch of jarbled mess, and then I kind of decoded it a little bit, even though it's not particularly my speciality. But this is what I got. These messages. I don't know. Kevin said he didn't think it had anything to do with the computer that we had brought back, but I don't know if you've been hearing about anything like this, or
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I just thought I'd let you know. I don't know. I think yeah, Kevin said he would talk to other people about the laptop, but yeah, it's seems pretty strange, especially for just a computer that we happened to find that was some guy's. I don't know, maybe it could have been corrupted by whatever the god that was there in the hotel, but I don't know. They did say they'd get a team together to track that guy down, but
I don't know if the god of hands would cause a computer virus.
yeah, I don't think so either. But I don't know. It's that there's definitely something up.
Yeah.
From what I've heard. And then I went to my computer and there's something up there too. I don't know. It's kind of.
If you get any more strange messages, see if you can, I don't know, gather any more information from any of their contents.
Okay. Should I try to reach out? I mean, or should I just kind of? Because I don't know. Kevin just said get rid of it and forget about it, but I don't know. He seemed a little nervous when he was walking away, and I don't know. There's definitely a message in there.
I believe it is worth looking into.
Mm-hmm.
It. Would you be reaching out using what, a company email or something?
Yeah, that's what it's tied to, or that's how I received the message.
You might be questioned if you're sending
Yeah.
messages to an unknown recipient.
Yeah, and if it is in any way trying to infect my computer, I don't want to confiscate or I don't want to mess anything up with that.
Right.
But I don't know. I've just been getting rid of the messages when they pop up and writing them down. But they seem to have stopped. And it was all in a little span of time earlier this morning, but I haven't seen anything since, so.
Strange. Well, maybe for now we can just ask around and see if anyone has been getting any similar messages or anything like that, or if anyone is familiar with maybe some relevant god or something, if it's possibly related to a god at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I can ask around. just wanted to run it by you, and I mean, God forbid something happens here in the offices here, some kind of outbreak. But
Right.
anyways, I'll ask around and see what I can gather any more information about this.
All right.
Have a nice lunch.
You too.
I'll just walk back away.
Anyone else have any more? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, if I just kind of like walking around, like hearing people talk, do I hear anyone else mention anything about like any computers or technology not working or anything like that?
You hear some people mentioning that the spam bots have been increasing, and that you hear like a few people say that they've gotten like random strings of numbers and letters like you did, but no one seems to have like connected the dots like you.
Okay, if I hear someone talking about it, I'll kind of like walk over and like point at them and be like, "You got those too?"
Yeah, you walk over and you actually see what looks like Amity, the secretary, intern, host of your office. And she looks over and she goes, "Yeah, it's really weird. A few of us have gotten. Did you get them too?"
Yeah, I got a few this morning, and I don't know, I just got rid of them. Seemed to be some kind of bot or something. I don't know. Kevin, I talked to him. He said maybe it could have been some kind of virus, something. I don't really know the specifics of it, but yeah, I didn't. I thought I was the only one I didn't hear about that until now.
Yeah, it's weird. All of us have just been, like blocking the number, doing everything they're supposed to. Yeah.
Yeah. Strange. I don't know if you get another one, let me know, and I'll come check it out and see if it was kind of like the same thing that I was getting. I don't know if they might be connected or something, or I don't know, but
Of course, yeah. And you see she brushes her hair like back, like behind her ear, and you see just a little poking out from behind her ear what looks like a little tattoo of a rose. She goes, "Yeah, I'll make sure to let you know."
Yeah, sounds good. I'll talk to you then, I guess. And I'll head back to my little cubicle.
Okay.
Do I have any new messages?
You did not.
Okay. Interesting. I will make a note of that on the sticky note as well.
Okay.
Was is there anyone else like around that was talking about that too, or no?
Yeah, there's a few like office workers.
I'll just like get up and pop into someone's cubicle and say, "Hey, you get any like spam messages today? A bunch of like letters and numbers, some kind of weird code or something?"
Yeah, I think both me and Cheryl got them. Did you get them too?
Yeah, I got some. Amity said she'd got some too.
You would
Do
think in a government position, the security would be far more advanced than it is, you know? I come here and I expect, you know, like some sort of security or something, and these spam bots get through anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty strange to me too, but I don't know. Not that it's particularly my job to do anything about it, but I was just very curious about it. Taking a look, hearing about other people's experiences with it. It seems like, I don't know, today's just been a strange one with all the messages. Did you delete them off your computer yet, or do you still have any?
Oh yeah, I blocked them immediately.
All right. Did you ask anyone else about it? Like mention it to anyone else?
I mean, I'm mentioned it to IT. I figured they should know about the breach in security, but they just said to block it. So
Interesting. I mean, yeah, that's probably the safest thing you can do. Yeah, I don't know. If you see any more, then let me know. But you wouldn't happen to have like any like screenshots or anything of it, right? Or like any record of messages?
I think Daryl over there actually has, you see a white balding man go, I took a screenshot, I gotta document everything.
Yeah. All right. I'll go talk to him about it then. Take care though.
Of
I'm
course.
just gonna walk out.
Daryl shows you the screen. It is the exact same messages that you got.
Okay. Yeah. This is crazy how this it's happening to everyone in here today. Well, thanks for showing me though. And
Of course, if you ever need proof of anything, make sure you document everything. Always take screenshots. Then you can always count on me to do the same.
well, you're a great asset to have around here, Daryl. I'll talk to you later.
You know that he spends more time documenting the things that he is told to do rather than actually doing things, but...
Epic. Okay. Well... I'll just like send him. No.
You have some days to think about it as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll just make sure I have everything written out and not try to mention anything about it on my computer.
Okay. Anyone else have any scenes they want to run?
No, but he does quit the simulation after a couple of hours and walks out.
Okay. So you have about a week or so before you're called in next. So, what do people's days look like as they recover from the last thing and begin to move in back into like a downtime period?
Working.
Getting someone to repair the doors and the shower and unclog the sink.
You're able to do that fairly easily.
Assault probably is training and avoiding her kitchen. Yeah, she just goes to work to avoid seeing the basket in her kitchen.
She's also training in between this.
You probably see each other sometimes at the training room.
He does not pay her any mind and seems to fight the exact same god every single time.
As her, or just the same one that you're fighting?
He's fighting a cowboy with revolvers every time.
Okay. She'll probably nod to him and see that he doesn't really nod back, and then, like, kind of brush it off.
Does he win one day?
Roll a d20.
Okay.
One must imagine Sisyphus happy.
You do win on like one of the last days.
Is Basalt there for it?
Yeah. With an 18, yeah.
That determined if there was witnesses. Alright. You've been watching him get his ass handed to him for how many days?
Like
Or
6.
like, yeah.
For like 6 days. The same thing every day. Every time you come up here, he's here. Or he's about to be here. And he finally does it. And then he goes looking for something else.
Can I try to fight that thing when he leaves?
Yeah, sure.
I want him to leave. I want him to leave first, though, in case I fail.
He fights some randomly rolled thing. I'll just roll to determine if it's interesting or not to him. He does it, and then he leaves.
Okay.
Basalt's turn.
Yeah, Basalt wants to fight the rifle god.
Alright, let's all roll
Kind of
1d20.
Okay.
You beat them immediately, and in fact, as you're looking through the list of gods, you recognize that they're ranked alphabetically, but there's also like a challenge rating, and it is the second lowest challenge rating on there. And you beat them handily.
Okay, and then she moves up the ladder. Like, one by one.
Okay. You're able to continue to beat different gods in the simulation chambers. There is like a record system. Like they who can beat them the fastest is usually displayed up at the top, like next to them. And your name is now on the revolver god.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Everyone's not gonna look at it anymore. So.
I think if you look at the records for things, you will notice he always beats everything at the slowest or some of the slowest speeds. It would appear it is a consistent thing for him to take 5 times longer than the average person to kill everything on the simulations list.
I see. I like that there's a slowest time rating now too for these, where it just says the word employee in it.
Well, I was assuming it was like a leaderboard.
It's like a leaderboard, yeah.
I know, I just love that it goes down to the bottom too.
He seems to be at the bottom of the speedrun leaderboard for most of these.
I see. Yeah, okay, that's kind of just what she does. She just goes through them casually.
Okay. At some points, both of you see different hosts from other teams also practicing in the training rooms. You see the woman with the dyed blue hair and the jean jacket with all of the patches on it, who seems to use like knives as she's fighting. And you see actually Amity is in there at like one point, and she's like growing. You see her like tie down a god with like vines that sprout up from the floor, but just like over the course of the few days that you're there, you see various people come in and try their hand.
And all of them are hosts, or is it just...
All of them are hosts, yeah.
Amity's a host, or...
Yeah.
Do the white boys ever come in? The white boys. Does the
boys?
white boy or the girl with the black hair ever come in?
The white boy?
With the white hair, with the white they.
Okay, because this is not white.
Wait, I was talking about the white hair.
Yeah, he is
No.
white hair.
It's like when you were like, by your standards, you would call this character white girl into the Arcanines. Sorry, continue.
Moth
Do they ever
and-
come in?
Moth and Dancer come in sometimes. They're usually together. Dancer seems to turn things grayscale and be able to like move and shift the battlefield around. You don't see Moth do much of like many fighting. You don't see Moth like actually like really lift a finger.
Functionally, every time those two come in, he stares at them for a moment, spends about 3 minutes staring at Moth, and then leaves the room.
Moth will like wave to you each time, like really, just like with a smile.
He narrows his eyes and then leaves the room every time.
Okay.
So it is often enough that he goes home early and then comes back later. I would like to imagine one time he leaves and comes back and they're still there and just immediately turns around and walks away.
Probably, yeah. Richard, you get those same messages through the same person every day on your computer.
And is everyone else also getting them?
It seems like most other people have blocked him.
Mm-hmm.
No one really
Okay.
is talking about it anymore.
Okay. Yeah, at some point, if I saw Lake, I would have mentioned about Amity having that rose tattoo. It might be related. I don't know. The messages that said something, I see roses, don't trust roses, and I talked to Amity about it. She was like, yeah, I don't know, it's weird, but we just all blocked it. I don't know. I think I don't know if I'm thinking too much into this, but
I think that's worth keeping note of.
yeah. And I don't know, if something happens, we get sent out on our next mission, and it's something related to this, then it would have all been worth it. But at this point, most people have kind of forgot about it. And I don't know, I haven't bothered anyone else over it, because I don't know. Wouldn't want to get in the way of their work either, but
Right.
I don't know. I keep getting the messages. The others have all blocked this person. I haven't tried to reach out yet because I'm still scared of compromising any work-related hardware. But
Right. Have you
I don't
gotten
know.
any new information out of the messages that are being sent, or is it
They're
more
all
of the same?
It's all the same.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's just that I don't know. It did. Besides for please let me in and please let me out. The only other message mentioned roses, which I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but I don't know. I don't know. Just thought it was strange.
Um. Can I use my new thing for this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to claim that I've seen this before.
Okay. Yeah. We'll flash cut to you the night before, actually. You are again in your office. You are director, and you are seeing people come in and go out. Different hosts, different people, and they all have what looks like these small little tattoos of roses behind the ear that curl up and like thorns into their mouth, and their eyes are like just straight up like blooming roses, essentially. And they look horrific, but they are interacting with you like normal. And it is just like this surreal dream where you are acting out as the director and all of these people who are just coming in with these strange tattoos that seem to be like engulfing their face.
Does Amity's tattoo engulf their face?
It does. You also... You see a few people that you know come into your office. 3 that you specifically... 2 that you recognize. You recognize Amity. Actually, no. 3 that you recognize. You recognize Amity. You recognize Crow. And you recognize Director Aziz. All come in with these tattoos and large blooming roses for eyes.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Have you talked to Crow?
Not about any of this, I don't think.
And
I've
I
talked to a
assume
lot
you
of
haven't
people,
taken
but-
this to the director either?
No, I've just been doing my own inquiry into this.
Alright.
You think you have some kind of idea about what any of this is?
Not exactly. It's just... Roses... Tattoos of roses and rose-like eyes have appeared to me in visions previously.
Mm.
Specifically, I remember Amity Crow and the director having this in these
Interesting.
visions.
I noticed Amity's tattoo, and I don't know. It's kind of hidden, but I didn't really. I figured, I don't know. She's got plant-related powers. I figured it wasn't too out of the ordinary, but
Mhm.
I could ask her about it if I see her.
That's probably a good idea. I'm going to see if I can find Crow and ask about, well, if they know anything.
All right. Yeah, I'll ask her, but it still doesn't really explain the messages. I don't know. Maybe someone's like trying to warn us of something. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I'll go talk to her and let you know how that goes and take it from there.
Okay.
All right.
Lake, you are going to find Crow, and Richard, you're going to find Amity.
Yes.
Okay. Let's do Lake first.
Okay.
Like, you find Crow in a smaller, she has her own office because she is a, lead informant in the IBM. She is one of the people who, you know that her, dealings help her gather information and, help her essentially get like lead intel so that she can send people out. So she has her own like informant's office up on research, and you go there and knock on her door, and she goes, "Come in."
Hello.
Lake.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
There are these messages that have been going around, seemingly, about being let in or let out, and something about roses. And
She looks like curiously at you.
And I was curious. Well, firstly, I was curious if you had any tattoo of a rose.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't remember getting any tattooed.
The tattoos were behind the ear, right?
Yeah.
Can I check behind your ear really quick?
Sure, I guess.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't be able to see that even. Fuck.
Can you
How would
like
I
feel a
go
tattoo with your
about-
fingers?
Can you?
I mean, not really, but
little,
you also
probably.
are specialized in just knowing things.
I am lagging a bit. Sorry, repeat.
You're also specialized in just like knowing things.
That's true. Okay, can I tell?
Yeah, you, she brushes her hair back and you, feel behind the ear, and you do feel some sort of, like, shaved, like, rough skin, where there hasn't been, hair regrowth, and you do know that that's usually a sign of a tattoo. She has a tattoo behind her ear.
Okay. What is that?
What's what? Is there something behind my ear?
Yes. It seems like you have gotten a tattoo behind your ear.
She like gets out a mirror and like another mirror to like look behind her, and looks behind her ear and goes, "The fuck? I don't remember getting that."
You should keep an eye on that.
When
Have you been getting the messages
when she says
that I spoke of earlier?
she doesn't remember getting that, you know this to be a lie.
Oh,
And
I still ask that question. Though.
yeah. She responds, "I don't believe so. What sort of messages?"
Like I said, something about being let in or let out, and something about roses.
No, I haven't gotten anything like that.
Is this true?
It is.
Hmm.
I'll have to bring that to medical, see if they know what's up with it. How did you know?
Well, you know my set of skills.
That's right.
It
Alright.
came to me last night, I believe.
Well, did you need anything else?
Not at the moment. I might be seeing you later regarding this matter, though.
I look forward to it.
He nods. Have a good rest of your day.
You too, Mike. And as you shut the door, we'll move on to Richard, who is approaching Amity in the office.
I'll just walk by, like pretending like I'm walking by normally at first. Hey, Amity.
Oh, hi, Richard.
Hey, have you been getting any more of those messages the past couple days?
No, I blocked the number. I haven't been seeing it.
Yeah. That's what I've heard about from pretty much everyone else too. They've pretty much blocked them all. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty strange, but hopefully it's all done with by now.
Yeah, let's hope IT did the job.
Yep. I wanted to ask you something the other day though. It's just happened to notice it. When did you get that tattoo behind your ear?
What tattoo?
It's like a flower or something, like a rose maybe.
She
I just saw it the other day.
she like pulls up a camera on her laptop and uses a mirror to like see behind and goes, "Oh, that's new."
You you don't remember getting that?
Not particularly, but I mean, plant stuff happens to me a bunch. It's probably just something to do with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was nice. I thought it looked nice. It fits well, and
Yeah, it's
I know.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I just figured I'd ask about it, but yeah. Well, I'll be around, I guess. Just keep an eye on it, I guess, if it's something new that you hadn't noticed. I don't know.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff doesn't happen to me, I guess. I haven't heard about it happening to anyone else either, but
Well, you have.
to be fair, I don't know, what all of your capabilities, I suppose.
Yeah, we're different people, so I'm sure you have your own strange things that would
Uh-huh.
seem normal to you that might not.
Yeah. Well,
I will keep an eye on it, though. Thank you.
yeah. See you around. And I'll just walk off.
Okay.
Would I have, from seeing her pretty much like every day, is there any point to where I would have like started noticing it and had known it wasn't there before?
I think that she usually keeps her hair down, so it's hard to tell. It's only when she tucked her hair back when you were talking to her recently that you were able to get a good look at it. I don't think you were able to. I think that was the first time that you really noticed it.
Okay. Interesting. Did it seem like she was lying or trying to hide anything?
Make a d20 roll. She seemed nervous, but in a way that if you got drunk and woke up with a tattoo, you'd be nervous about its story too. She doesn't know where it came from, and that is concerning to her.
But she's not trying to like hide anything.
Nope.
Okay. Interesting.
Does anyone else paths meet throughout this time frame?
I'm mostly just staying around my office or working, or my cubicle. If anyone is going by there, but that's pretty much where I am most of the day.
A few days into this kind of week of downtime, there is a letter left on your kitchen table when you wake up, April.
So he comes out and there's a letter on his kitchen table. First he's going to check his window for any break-ins and then his door for any sign of break-in.
There is not.
Are there security cameras in this apartment? Oh, I hope not.
Yes, there aren't in your apartment, but there are in the
Is there a security log of him welding his door shut? And all of the shit that happened right out there?
in the hallway. Yes.
Okay. This camera sees him open the door, look around, stare straight into it, and dread enters his face, and he just shuts the door. Okay, I'll go, poke the letter with a knife.
You poke it. Doesn't do anything. It does seem slightly bulging, like it's an envelope, but there's something else other than paper in it.
He's going to put his nitrile gloves on, and then put the leather gloves on top, and get those situated, and then he's going to gently press on the top of this object within this what is this bulge?
It does not shift under your weight. It feels like it's solid, like metal or something.
Then he's going to cut open the end of the envelope with the letter opener very carefully and peek in.
Okay. Inside you see what looks like a bright golden IBM host badge.
Is there paper in there?
There is a paper.
Oh, he'll take both out and look at the paper.
Okay. You should have a letter in your journal.
Journal, okay. Let me read this.
As you hold the paper, you get flashes in your mind of those bright red sunglasses hiding that like multifractaled eyes behind it.
Is there anything else that can be gleaned from that, or he just sees all of that? Just the eyes?
You get some sort of... It seems like one of their powers is like bestowing a psychometry onto objects. You know that this was made by Moth.
He holds the badge up to the kitchen light and tilts it around and compares it with his own.
It seems identical.
Makes very sure to keep the correct thing, his thing, in the right hand and puts it back in his pocket. And then he will... What time is it?
Whatever time you woke up.
Whatever time I woke up. Okay, so like 8 in the morning. He's going to turn on the burner and light the letter on fire.
Okay. It burns rapidly, and you are left with nothing.
And then he's going to go back to the training room as he has been doing with this object in a secure place.
The smoke alarm does not go off, but
Well, Avril would have turned off all of his smoke alarms. I know why. Wait, it does go off?
it doesn't.
Oh, okay, good.
There you go.
Yeah, he goes, and he's gonna go to the training room.
Okay. You go to the training room. It's just like a normal day.
Does the shit he's been doing. I would assume this is like the 4th day of fighting the cowboy.
Mm-hmm.
Inevitably loses. Probably scheduled.
Yeah.
And then, does anything happen after he loses? Does anyone walk in or anything?
This is one of the days where Moth and Dancer are in the gym. Moth waves at you.
I hope I wasn't muted for that.
You were.
Oh shit, what did you not hear?
Everything.
Okay. Same routine then. Watches them enter, stops fighting, stares at them for about 5 minutes. Moth waves at him, he narrows his eyes, glares at him, and walks out of the room. Where are the locker rooms?
The locker rooms are, slightly... I think they're downstairs of the training rooms. They are generally reserved for people who need to store their stuff while they're training. There are showers here, which you notice to some chagrin, that you didn't have to shower out in the middle of an alley.
An alleyway in the fucking rain.
But
Alright. He will go where he needs to go
okay.
and look around.
You look around. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. And you find the one that you need to find.
Is it locked?
It is.
He'll touch his hand to the door and attempt to gently press it inwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're able to get in there.
Pokes his head into the locker door.
You
Starts-
notice
okay.
that it is a it is the locker of you notice some of the stuff that you have seen before on another host. This is one person who's upstairs right now doing some training at the firing range. This is Star's locker. You see her like knit cardigan that's hanging up on the hook in here, and you see what looks like her, like all of the belongings that she doesn't need while she's training.
Is going to see if her badge is immediately noticeable within the mess of stuff.
You notice that it's in one of the pockets of her cardigan.
And he'll switch them out.
Okay. You do so.
Pull out of the locker door, put her actual badge back into his pocket, and what will he do with it? Stare at the shower for a moment and then just come out of the locker room. Look up at the ceiling. Is there a camera?
Roll a d20 for me.
Okay. Oops, slash. Okay.
There's not.
Okay, cool. Just keeps walking. Gonna go. What is he gonna do? What does he do when they show up and he leaves? He's gonna just walk in a direction and eventually leave the building if nothing happens.
Okay, nothing happens.
Yep. Walks out of the building. Goes back to his apartment. Stares at a wall.
Okay. And then
Opens the window and peeks out to see if he can see Lake's balcony from his window.
I don't think you can.
Okay. That's it for now then.
Okay. Anyone else have any more things they want to do before your next mission?
Actually, Basalt isn't home right now. And she's right downstairs, isn't she?
Yes.
Can I go through the floor into her apartment?
Roll for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I forgot to be subtracting. Okay. He's in her apartment.
You
What's
see-
going on in her apartment?
You see a basket of slightly, like, browning fruit and some, like, it looks like a welcome home basket or something. What else is going on in Basalt's apartment?
Does it have a note attached?
It does.
He's going to take off one of the leather gloves and poke at it with the nitrile glove and lift it up just enough that he can read the inside.
Yeah, the note is just like a general, like, hope this, hope you're settling in well. Here's a basket of all her once favorite things. It's signed Avery.
Raises his eyebrow and looks around her apartment.
Darla, what else does Averill find in Basalt's apartment?
Probably nothing much different than his, besides, like, there's not as much cooking stuff, I guess. It all seems to be very, like, you know, normal. There's, like, a decent couch, a little bit, like a tiny TV.
Is it kept clean? Is it orderly? Does it look like she cleans it a lot?
It's relatively clean. It's as clean as, you know, how I guess it's expected to be.
Checks under her couch and under the bed. Is there dust down there, or does she get it down there too?
There's probably dust.
Checks under the fridge.
Definitely dust.
Okay.
Coming into her apartment and judging her.
Hmm. He takes out the badge and slides it under her fridge.
Okay.
And then how is he gonna get back up?
Just walk out!
No. He's going to take his shoes off, so it's just his socks, and he's going to put the nitrile glove back on. Or put not the nitrile glove. He's had them on this whole time. He puts the leather glove back over the nitrile. Like climbs up onto her countertop in a place where there isn't like dust. Can I reach the ceiling?
You're gonna have to do some sort of, like, clambering in order to get up.
Is the fridge climbable?
Yes.
And the fridge, is it next to a countertop?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he gets on the countertop next to the fridge, and then puts his glove up against the fridge, and then he's gonna press his hand up against the floor under his apartment.
Roll a d20 to see how well you can climb first.
Okay.
Fucking falls over in her apartment. It's on the kitchen.
Okay. You do not knock anything over or anything as you climb up to the top of this
Okay.
place, and then roll for basketball.
Going to gingerly press his fingers against the ceiling. For once in his life, he's being careful.
There you go.
and slides back up into his room. And then he lets out a sigh. There was a day and age.
Okay. Any other scenes that we want to run?
When Basalt gets back to her apartment, does she like? He took off his shoes. The shoes go with him, right?
He took them. He took them.
Okay.
He did not leave them. No, he did not. I just didn't want to get shoes on your kitchen countertop.
I
It's like,
appreciate it, but I just imagined like if they didn't go with him through the floor.
no, he took them.
Okay.
You just come home and you see April's shoes on your floor.
It's just like a pair of shoes, like someone got disintegrated, except for like.
So funny.
And then the badge is well hidden. Yeah, she doesn't notice it under.
It's under the fridge.
I know, but like she would like walk into the fridge and see a little glint of like gold under there.
I don't think so. Unless you're specifically looking underneath your fridge, I don't think you'll find it.
She's not. She doesn't think about it, and she's also avoiding going in her kitchen.
Okay. Then we will fast forward a little bit.
I feel like I've done something very bad.
You kind of break into my apartment and plant a fake like, no, that's someone's real badge, a federal employee's badge in my apartment.
Well, they're not gonna find it in mine.
Let's take a short 5-minute break because I need to pee. And then
Okay.
we'll come back to your next mission.
Intermission.
Okay.
How everyone doing?
What are you doing?
We doing
Yeah,
cock 3.
that's true.
We out here doing cock 3.
We out here doing cock 4, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Darla, did you see that they like nerfed Og?
How?
His dialogue, they changed his dialogue lines.
Oh yeah, because they're giving him an English voice.
Oh, that's why?
Yeah, they change the voice lines a little bit when they give him English ones, because a lot of the time they add in like they're like from Ursus, and they give them like Russian words sprinkled in sometimes.
They like changed his personality.
Yeah, I think that when they
Like they made him a different guy with different feelings about situations.
I'm sure they did. I think they did that with a few characters.
They made him like baby.
He's like 13.
He's 19.
He is?
Yeah, he's 19.
Oh, I thought he was like 13. I thought he was
It was like canon his 19th birthday in the spin-off series.
Oh.
He's
Good
19.
for him.
Good for him. I say he's baby while I'm just staring at like this gif. I'm like, they made him baby, and I'm like looking at this gif in my favorite gif. But I mean like he has like dialogues where he gives his opinions on things, and his opinions like straight up just changed. They're like the same concept, but they're different. Also, instead of being like capturing our enemies and experimenting on them doesn't violate any ethics code as long as no one catches us doing it, relax. Instead he's like, can we please capture them, please? No. And it's like, no. Put him back.
Put him back.
I'm back.
Make him worse again.
He doesn't ask for permission. He just says it's fine.
He doesn't ask for permission. He should just be kidnapping them and experimenting on them, and it's not bad ethics.
You talking about
He
Og?
doesn't.
Yeah, I'm complaining about Og.
He's got an English voice now. That's why.
They could have voiced the old lines in English too.
But they changed them around whenever I think they like relocalize them specifically because these are all like the characters from the really like when the game first launched. So.
Anyway, they made him.
Is in 15 days.
They made him kid friendly. Whose birthday's in 15 days?
Ox.
Ox. I thought you were talking about Lake, and I was like, in canon. It's like October, like 10th right now in canon, right?
Or something. Oh.
Something like that.
October something.
Early October,
When is
yeah.
when is the Lake birthday episode? That's gonna be shit for him.
Lake is the only one with a birthday.
It's gonna be shit for him.
That's not true.
I mean, kind of true.
The hosts have birthdays.
The hosts have creation
Technically
days.
3 if you think about it.
Lol.
Lol.
Yeah.
When is everyone's birthday?
Mine?
Tomorrow.
Soon.
April's is soon.
No, Athena's is soon.
Oh, yeah.
Which birthday?
The one where you were made a host.
That's still calculatable. If I know the day the campaign started, I could just tell you if I looked at a calendar.
The day the campaign started was October 3rd, I believe.
Okay. What year is it? 2006?
I don't remember.
Okay, let's see. It would have been roughly April 3rd, 2006.
Assaults would have been like probably like some June, maybe June 24th.
I don't know if I want it. I don't know if I want it to be April 3rd, but it's like somewhere. It's like the early April. It's not April 1st. At the very least. I refuse.
Say Richard is January 1st.
That would make sense.
What about Lake?
I already wrote his down. It's
Oh,
like
right.
January something or other.
I think it's January 21st.
Yeah, 121.
Wow, we're gonna have 2 birthdays in the same month.
Do hosts have blood types?
You asked this before.
Have I? I don't remember the answer.
Said there wasn't enough research for you to be able to know.
Oh,
Apparently they haven't looked into it.
they should figure that out.
You should figure that out. Can't you just do that?
I guess. Lake doesn't have a reason to do that though.
Well, if he was curious.
He's not.
Oh, James, did you hear? I got an English voice.
I was present for
Oh,
when
okay,
Darla
continue.
said that. Yes.
Continue. Yeah, Lake should carry the research team. By just knowing everything.
True.
Why do we even have researchers, honestly? This man can do everything.
Figure it out.
This man can do it all. He can know, he can fight,
No.
he can know and he can fight. What more do you want? He can look sometime.
Look sometime. What'd you say, Darla?
Ambiguous looking.
What's going on?
Alright, are we ready?
What's going on?
Yes.
It is another rainy day as you all are summoned to Director Aziz's office for your next mission. It's is about a week and a half later from your last mission. You're all gathered in front of the director's office.
Okay.
Looks normal and fine.
Aaliyah beckons you inward. All of you close the door, and hands a file in Braille over to Lake.
Mission debrief 2.
Yeah. And essentially says, the rest of you, there have been a few reports of strange phenomena occurring in a relatively abandoned church on Sanctuary Hill, which is about 15 minutes west of the city. The most recent reports come from a troop of Maine State Police who were sent to investigate it, and they reported the sound of bells ringing so loudly they couldn't hear, and shadows swirling around them, revealing nightmarish visions. We have reason to believe that this is the church god, which could prove a great asset to the Bureau, and as such you are tasked with capturing this entity, should it exist in that area. For this mission, we will, she takes out a small leather pelican case and opens it up, and inside there are what look like small EpiPens. There are 3 of them. And she goes, for this mission, we will provide you with various stasis shots, administered directly to a god's heart. They will incapacitate the god for safe removal. Usually, the god has to be weakened first in order for this to take to effect.
So we're to take this non-lethally?
Should this be the church god, we would rather you not kill them.
Okay.
Okay.
See what we can do.
JJ is waiting to escort you outside. That is it. You are dismissed.
Alright.
Get some
We
and
need to
leave.
use all 3 of the EpiPens on the heart, or just as many as we take to subdue it enough?
Seemingly it's just, depending on how weak it is, might need more, but how these stasis shots works, whoever wants to grab them can. There are 3 of them that you were given. They will, if a god is of 20 stamina or less, and you use this on their heart, they will become incapacitated. For 2 shots, it is 40, and for 3 shots, it is 60. It's the kind of limit.
Each of you should take one.
He already left.
I guess I'll take one and give it to Avril.
Do we get our stamina back at the end of this, before this happens, or no?
You get half of it back if you've been using fastball a whole lot.
Okay. What is 9 divided by 2?
You get like 5 back.
Okay. I love going through walls.
Okay. And you make your way down and into the car that JJ is driving.
He's already in the car.
Are you in the back or the shotgun?
He's in the front. He's just staring straight out the front with a straight face.
I open the passenger door and I hand the stasis shot to him. Each of you are taking one of these to use against the god.
And then he reaches out and takes it. You're blind, so you can't see. What he did.
But he doesn't feel it leave his hand.
No, I was gonna describe him doing something, then I just said he, and then I paused for a moment. There's a strange silence, and then he takes it from your hand.
You're going in the back also.
Am I now?
Yes.
He's so petty. Why are you going in the bag?
Or what?
Are you seriously going to make a big deal out of this?
He nods. And stares at Lake's face. Does Lake look bothered?
Yes.
How bothered?
How do you scale botheredness? He's like this. But with his eyes closed, you know?
I feel like JJ has seen this behavior before.
Yep, JJ is looking over at you, Avril. You can't really see anything behind her sunglasses.
I'm gonna... How do I whisper? /W? She would probably know that...
Yep.
Yeah, so he's just staring at Lake's face with his arms crossed.
I have decided not to report your behavior last night to the director. If your behavior continues to be poor, I will give no such leniency in the future. Now get in the back.
Passes through the seat. Yeah. He might not pass through the seat.
He mightn't.
He passes through the seat, and just slides straight back. Hopefully nobody's sitting back there.
I think Richard is getting in as you do that.
Yep, he slides straight in front of Richard and just sits there instead.
Richard will, like, like smile and nod and be like, okay, I'll sit somewhere else.
Lake sighs
around to
as he
the other
sits
side.
down and slams the door shut.
What'd you say, Darla?
I said Richard goes around to the other side of the car.
Yeah.
Basalt is in that side.
Basalt gets out.
Okay.
Richard again.
Who's in the middle then?
I mean, Arnold's the middle kid, but like.
Well, he's
Yeah.
he's not sitting in the middle this time.
I can go in the middle.
Richard's going in the middle.
JJ lights
yeah,
up
I
a cigarette.
moved over, but she just got out. I don't know why she did that.
He stares into her sunglasses through the rear view. With a completely straight expression.
What do you want JJ to do? What are you? Out of character, what does Arnold want JJ to do?
Who knows? I think JJ just like stares back, and you can't see anything past the sunglasses, but you know there's disapproval.
So it's like
Yeah.
great.
But like, it's like if you have... Okay, hold on. Bear with me for a second. If you have... It's like that.
Redacted.
You can't see anything, but you see
You
the...
said it as me.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
This continues until she looks away because he's not looking away.
She has to drive, so she looks away.
Great.
And you all go west. It is a short drive into the 100-mile wilderness, which is right next to the area of Portland. You're only on the highway for a little bit before you're in back roads, and eventually you get to this larger, like, hill area where this old chapel sits. It's still pouring, and lightning is, like, framing it against a gray sky. It is about, like, 10 in the morning.
Gets out of the car, stretches, closes his eyes.
I'll get out too.
Yeah, Basalt does have an
Yeah.
umbrella and she's holding it. Anyone can go under it, I guess.
He's not.
JJ goes, "This is where I leave you. I'll be in a place nearby if you just call when you need me to pick you up."
Will do.
Good.
Breathes in slowly, starts walking into the church.
Well,
I would follow.
Yeah, and JJ,
yeah.
JJ just like watches you all go. Hops back in her car and drives off as you all walk into the chapel.
What's in the chapel?
There,
Basalt takes the rain off her umbrella and places it at the door.
He opens his eyes once he gets inside.
it is a... The first thing you notice is the fog. It is kind of like walking... Like, the door sits ajar to the temple and, or the chapel, and when you look through it, you just see this curtain of fog, like it's Dark Souls or something. It's just like a bunch of, white rolling mist around it. Do you enter?
Yes, he goes straight in
Okay.
to the mist. He just walks into it.
Inside, it takes a moment for your eyes to adjust, but you see broken pews, a large hole in the center of the what would be the aisle, where like splintered wood recedes into what looks like you can't see down there. Windows shed some various bits of light that like flash when lightning happens outside. At the front there is a large organ, it looks like, and an altar. As I
does the fog look similar to the fog we saw around the, like, edges of the hand god domain?
yeah, it looks actually relatively similar.
Okay.
Is going to turn around and look at like.
What is it?
In your opinion, what meaning do you think a chapel holds to your kind in this day and era?
To humans?
I suppose so.
To pact makers? What do you mean by your kind?
When he says impact makers, he like furrows his brow for a moment. Is there a difference?
Some would say so.
Looks like up and down.
Some would say so indeed.
Who said that? Looking around.
You look around, you can't pinpoint the source of it.
Do we all hear that?
Yeah, you do.
Ignores the voice. You look about the same as any other. Pact maker or not. Takes a step backwards.
Looks are not all there is to a human.
I know.
Takes a step forward.
So I'm asking, what does this building mean to someone like you?
I don't know. I'm not exactly the most devout religious person you could find.
And what does it mean to the devout?
I don't know. It's a place to connect with something greater, to find comfort, to... I don't know.
Do you think that
Anyway.
comfort exists for you here?
Not particularly. We should be looking for the source of that voice.
Lightning flashes outside.
Whoa!
He looks up at the ceiling.
You look up at the large rafters that swoop down and intermingle. Some of them are dilapidated and falling. And you do, in fact, see what looks like a woman. She has kind of this mass of white hair. She looks incredibly old. And she has like what looks like older like furs on almost underneath a large kind of tannish cloak. And she just sits like squatted in the rafters.
Can you come down?
You want me to come down?
Yeah. Looks at her, glances at the floor, looks back up at her.
As you glance back at the floor, you see there is another one of her.
He's gonna reach out and see if he can touch her.
She roll a d20.
This is my worst character.
You do.
Hey.
You grab her.
He's going to feel her clothes, the texture of them, through his gloves.
Lake is going to take out his staff, but not extend it yet. Just like holding the little cylinder thing.
You feel her clothes, and they just feel like normal clothes. They are like rough and like furred, but they are just rugged clothes.
So, are you worshipped, or...
What does worshipped mean? You look over, and there's another one in the corner.
do you provide comfort to the masses that sit within your abode of choosing? Do they look to you? What do you mean to them?
Do you need to be providing comfort in order to be worshipped?
No.
I don't know what I mean to anyone. It's a terrible question.
My deepest apologies.
This one tries to, like, shake you off.
He does not let go.
Okay. Yeah, she can't seem to, get, like, off of you.
He looks bored and he sighs.
Why are you here?
Looks over at Lake.
We're here to do a job.
What job?
You wouldn't like it if we told you.
I'm sure I wouldn't. It's
He
fine.
smiles.
I already know.
I think we should stop talking to them because they seem to multiply every time we talk to them.
I
And
don't
she, like,
think
looks
that has
around
to
and
do with
sees
the talking. How many do there appear to be?
Looking around, like, smoke around you seems to, like, shift and out and between them. And it's hard to tell because the fog just keeps, like, rolling in. And, like, when you turn around, there's seemingly another one. Right now, there's 4, but there might be more in a second.
He's gonna let go of this figure and start walking.
These people know how to play the pipe organ? One of them might. Statistically, one of them might.
I'm like waiting for something to happen.
Can Basalco inspect this pit, this crater?
Sure. You look down into this pit and you see, it just looks like a pit of darkness until you see, like, a ring of, like, red eyes kind of, like, open. For just a second.
Just run his fingers over the keys of this instrument.
Can
One appears behind you and like plays the keys like on top of your hands so that you're playing like an organ sting.
He lets it He lets it happen.
can I subtract money from my character and drop like a coin down the?
Sure.
Okay, I'm dropping a single coin down the I'm trying to aim for the eye.
Yeah, you're able to drop a coin down in the pit. Roll just a d20.
Okay.
So while this is going on, I want to do this.
Okay. You drop this coin down into this pit, and it smacks one of these eyes square in the face, and you hear a resonant like ringing, like you just like hit a bell really hard, and that eye closes for a minute and then opens, and then more eyes open on this. What you can now see, it looks to be a large bell-like shape that has eyes all over it, kind of opening, and it seems to like shift and rumble.
Do you love humanity?
First I'm gonna solve this.
Yeah.
You get visions of this place being full of laughter and like a community center kind of place. There's a bunch of people like milling about throughout it. You get the distinct impression that whatever you would classify as what you were looking for is not here and hasn't been here for quite some time. And I think just because of your expertise, you don't think necessarily that this is the church god.
Okay. What are you?
Avra, what do you say as...
Just while she's running his fingers over the keys. Do you love humanity?
Humanity fuels me. I am... many things. I am... whispers around a campfire. I am the pages of a storybook. You see, she like leans on your shoulder, like as she says that. I am a friend of a friend, Little Augur.
He kind of like shivers.
The wrestling is growing more now as this, one of them appears at the, altar and, goes, "Did you wake up Little Belle? Definitely not as nice as me, but..." She walks over to the edge. This thing in the center is, like, beginning to, like, shift and get up. And, Basalt, you see, on top of its many eyes, it has many legs that sprout from it, as it, like, clambers up, throughout the, like, getting up out of the hole.
He's gonna start injecting syringes into his thigh.
We need to stop touching things.
Does it seem like outwardly hostile? Like, is it gonna?
How many are you doing?
At the moment, this many, but that might change.
Okay.
4.
Just keep track of it. It seems like it is a little angry that you threw something in its eye, but it
Throw it, I dropped it.
it's the same
It has
difference. to the
similar
thing.
force if from a distance.
Yeah. As this thing like gets up and like spreads its legs on like across the hole, it just like looks down at you. It doesn't seem to be attacking or anything, but
Does it have eyes on the bag?
it has eyes everywhere.
How pretty are they?
They're pretty pretty.
He stares
Oh.
into them.
Assault's gonna like back up a little bit and like sheepishly and like apologize for dropping something down there. Didn't realize that was like a home area. My bad. Back up a little.
You hear a ringing of bells that like shakes you to your core, as this thing like climbs up and over here, and this woman gives it like a little like pat and like almost like scratches the side of the bell. And goes, "Oh no, I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it, Belle. You can stand by."
A friend of which friend? Said you were a friend of a friend.
The two by you, kind of like are like circling you now, and one of them, well behind you, goes, "You know the web spinner."
He frowns. How do you know the web spinner?
Him and I run in different circles, but we overlap sometimes. He sees the things that are to come, and I say the things that have come.
Does this name sound familiar?
No. So what are you really here for? She's addressing all of you.
We were here for something that you are not, but I believe we may end up having to clash regardless.
One of them appears at your side, Basalt. Do you really think that's true? Do you think we need to clash? I haven't done
Staring
it.
into the bell's eyes.
I mean, we don't necessarily need to clash. It's just like, we're kind of contractually obligated to, I suppose.
Lake nods.
Like, if I could avoid it, for sure. But, you know, that's not really a situation I can. Yeah.
You all work for something that you don't even know. Do you?
I'd say I'm quite aware.
We work for the most terrifying creature.
You work for the most zealous creature who works to try to create the most terrifying creature. But that's spoilers.
I think their success since 88 years ago implies otherwise. No human should be able to get this far.
The one next to Richard walks up to him and goes, "So you think you know the organization that you work for?"
Yeah, I've been around quite a while with them. I do a lot to help out as much as I can. And I owe them a lot.
As do I.
She ponders for a moment, and then the one by Belle says, "Well then, I don't know if we could come to an agreement, but I'm sad that we couldn't."
I believe if there is a way in which you would be able to leave this place with no further harm done, there could be a way to avoid further conflict.
I haven't
He
harmed
raises an
anyone, dear.
eyebrow.
I haven't harmed anyone, dear.
What have you been doing?
Living.
Living for a creature like you does cause harm, to humans at least.
That's not necessarily true, but
The
He
ones,
raises an eyebrow.
the ones next to you continue circling.
crosses his arms at Lake from the altar.
Yeah, Basalt's like raises an eyebrow.
There's some weird shit going on in here. Who is she raising an eyebrow at?
At Lake.
You are a
Like,
god, are you not?
If a sick person needs a kidney transplant from someone who has two, is that harming them? I cause a little terror because I am sick. It is what we need to do to live. Your little web spinner thinks that we can be cured.
I haven't heard from the web spinner in some time. Not directly, anyway. What does it mean to be cured?
I don't know. You'd have to seek him out. I just tell what has happened and what is happening.
Just gonna take a step closer to the bell and stare at it a little more. Admire its features.
The one next to you, reaches up a hand and, pets it and then motions for you to do the same. He likes scritches here.
Yeah, he'll come over. He'll pet the bell
You
with a
see,
completely straight face, but he does seem to think it's pretty. Oh my god, the lightning effect.
The
Whoa.
lightning's awesome.
Damn! Continue.
the bell seems to, react like a dog would. Like it seems very happy that people are petting it.
It just pets the dog, the bell.
You said you were sick. What do you mean by sick?
This one begins to like move around you, Basalt, and goes, "We're all sick. We're all addicted, are we not? There's something that we can't live without."
I mean, yeah, but that's just kind of how things work.
Not always.
What doesn't need something to live? Like, even little amoebas need stuff to live. Like, are they addicted?
She seems to ponder this for a second. And goes, "If the amoebas can choose what they do and do not eat, then I'm not sure if they are.
But they need to eat.
They do need to eat. This is true."
So no matter what, they're addicted to some kind of food in that sense.
I like this one. So, what'll it be, little augur? Are we gonna fight?
This is only our second mission. It would be rather unfortunate to come back saying we have failed to do anything.
Our objective is not here.
This is true.
We're gonna fail either way. It wasn't
Take
even a
out the
failure, it was a
debrief
mission
and like
work.
go over it again.
I have not killed anyone. You wouldn't want to harm such a beautiful creature, would you? One says to Avril, looking up at Belle.
He stares into the bell's many eyes. What is behind those eyes?
They just seem to be black, beady eyes that as you watch, you see more of them like open up on the bell frame and then close, and then they seem to be shifting randomly.
I am fond of eyes.
That's a little mean to your superior, don't you think?
What are you talking about? He looks at Lake.
Eyes.
He stares at Lake for a moment. They're just closed.
Avril,
What?
what do you wish to do here?
Is there a reason you are asking me in particular, sir?
Yes,
Do tell.
I won't.
face is Lake making?
Just like straight face.
Then you won't get an answer, sir.
I am asking because you are a territorial creature.
Well, we're the trespassers right now, so this isn't my church.
He nods. Do you say we should leave?
In my opinion, it is best not to linger on other gods' territory for particularly long. I am surprised at the amount of tolerance we have been given.
As am I.
Listen to a proposition. There are many of me. Take one, say I went willingly, and leave us be.
This works.
Narrows his eyes at Lake. Which one is coming with us?
This one steps towards the door.
Tell me of your abilities. What are you capable of?
Me?
Yes.
Why would I do that?
Because if you don't, I will assume that you are capable of bringing harm to the Bureau. And unidentified harm is more of a threat than that which is identified.
My interests are based on perceiving what happens and retelling the story. I have no interest in causing anything. But if you must know, what I do is based on what has happened before.
This is not a very satisfying answer, but it will do for now. I believe if taken into custody, it should be difficult for you to cause issues. So we will take one of you with us.
Perfect. Where do I sign?
He has an odd expression watching this interaction.
Out of character, because Basalt wasn't there for this. Would she notice any, Rose imagery on any of them? Or, anything related to the interaction with the malware earlier? Or would anyone be looking for this?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Is
Everyone,
Richard looking for this?
Yeah.
everyone make d20 rolls.
Okay. Not that I would know anything about this at all.
I know, that's why I wanted to stay out of character, because it's something we should consider bringing something into the Bureau, because
I'm gonna make a public roll real quick because I need everyone to look at my dice because I think it's nice and nobody ever sees them.
I see them. The stream sees them.
Yeah, thanks. Look at my nice dice.
Epic 5.
What am I doing?
Just roll a d20.
Roll a 1d20.
Privately or?
Oh wait, I didn't mean
Any-
to do that privately.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Richard, you look at all of these characters. This area is devoid of vegetation of any kind, and you look... They are very heavily tattooed individuals at some places, but you see no sign of any roses or anything.
Okay. Alright.
So do we have a deal?
I suppose. Will there be space in the car?
If you want, I can walk home.
No.
Why not?
You will be taking the car.
Do you not trust me to walk home by myself, sir?
Correct.
Could
For what
always-
purpose?
You won't be under my supervision and you will be...
I'm
This is
quite
outside
often
of
not
the
under
city
your
limits. Yes, it
supervision
is.
when I'm in my house.
It is outside of the city limits.
And you are out of bounds that the IBMM has given you.
Someone should sit in someone's lap.
I believe if you used whatever tool you were trying to catch the church god with, it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay. That's for one of you to take care of.
Yeah. Can take care of that once we get outside. Heading out now?
I suppose so.
Gives one final stroke to the bell creature and starts walking.
Goodbye.
Waves. Leaving.
Leaving.
Once he stands out in the rain again, he does the same thing he did when he got out of the car and just stretches and closes his eyes and looks up at the sky with his eyes shut, I guess.
Is Basalt leaving too?
Oh, yeah.
You get outside and lightning strikes, and this woman looks at all of you.
This is likely a bad idea.
He's going to call what's their name though?
Jones.
Fucking Jones.
No, let's see.
Jillian Jones.
Jillian Jones.
Jillian
JJ.
Jones.
It's not how I would have handled this.
How would you have handled this?
I think given how we've handled things in the past, could probably make a good guess, but out of respect for our person here, guess we won't be doing that.
Does Richard look upset?
He looks a little angry. He looks like he was expecting some big fight to happen, and now it's just standing out in the rain.
Assault opens up her umbrella again.
He yawns.
I want to use my thing again. I'm gonna ask another question. I'm gonna do another topic.
Do it.
Wait, I don't know how I would word this one actually.
I don't know if there's a way in which I would word it that would give a good answer at all.
While you think about that, JJ pulls up in front of the back where she'd drop you off. That was quick.
Yeah, turning to one of the copies of this person.
Can we ask?
What should we call you?
Kato.
How will we spell this? Alright. This makes it easy. There we go.
You get a vision of someone in containment watching and simply there is a sense of just wanting to watch what happens next.
So purely spectating, no intentions to act.
Yep.
Cool,
And
that's
you do
fine.
get you do get like a vision of her a book that she carries on her side opened up and her writing in it. Seemingly taking down the story of what is happening.
Okay. Alright, one of you use those stasis shots.
Is one gonna be good enough?
If it isn't, we'll use the others.
Alright, I'll use mine.
You plug this like little EpiPen looking thing into Kato, and she you see her form start to like dissolve, and like it looks like her body dissolves into ash, and you see the little shot kind of fill up with this bluish kind of liquid almost.
He stares at it.
You wanna... Well, you probably shouldn't hold on to this.
Why not?
Just don't know if that's what our captain have us do.
I'll hold on to it. Holds out his hand. Alright, let's get going.
She came willingly then.
Yes, but I don't think this is the god that the Bureau thought it was.
A mess up in research?
Seemingly. I don't believe this was the church god. I'm not sure specifically what... Give me a second. He puts his hand to his forehead. Gonna use this one more time.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. You get images of people talking around a fire. You get images of people, oral traditions are passed down from generation to generation, and you see plays, you see speeches, you see people talking and laughing around in amphitheaters, in churches, in various places. You don't think that she necessarily has a domain, but she is where people are telling history.
Interesting. I don't know what this thing's domain is. Seems like there is not one particular epithet to describe this thing.
Well, let's get it back to the bureau then.
Yeah.
Okay. And you all file into the car. I'm assuming it's the same configuration as last time.
Yep, window seat for Avril.
You make your way back to the bureau.
Gets out of the car. Opens Lake's door for him.
Thank you.
Slams the door shut.
Well, it was pretty uneventful, to say the least. But
Yes.
we'll see what the bureau says.
I have no idea if this will be satisfactory. We'll find out. We may end up having to go back there, but we'll see.
You walk into the bureau.
Do you mind if I follow you for this one?
You may.
Nods.
You get to... Where are you going to hand this off? I'm guessing Director Aziz, but...
Yeah.
Okay. You get to her office, and you knock on it, and there is no answer.
I knock again.
Okay. There is no answer.
Gonna
Taps his
use
foot.
another thing. Another stamina.
Does Lake look well?
Lake is okay. He hasn't
Okay.
used that much yet.
Avril puts another syringe.
Okay, that's 5, I believe.
That's 5. Am I feeling anything?
Feel anything?
You get images of the other side of this door in this room. There is a body on the floor. They are covered in blood. There is a large, what looks like knife in the middle of their stomach, and they are passed out on the, like, sprawled out, like, on the desk.
Pulls the syringe out of his thigh and pockets the empty syringe.
There something wrong here?
Oh yeah, did everybody come with?
Yeah, I'm coming.
We're just gonna stay outside in the rain.
Well, I mean, to Director Aziz's office.
Yeah, I'll come at least to
Yeah,
hand
we
it
can like,
off.
wait outside. Yeah, wait out in the hallway or something. but,
Yeah.
like,
So are they next to Lake or no?
Yes, I
Yeah,
assume.
Yeah.
you're all out.
Okay.
Yeah, in the
Okay.
hallway.
Got it.
Lake, has a, it is relatively contained, but, it is still obvious that he looks horrified. And he's going to just, like,
Glances
Put
up
his-
at his face.
put his hand on the door handle, and he just, like, sits there for a second. Is anyone around, looking like down the halls and whatever?
No.
Has anyone been around in the past couple minutes that we
Um,
have seen?
Not that you have seen since you've been here.
It's just like empty.
This area of the Bureau, you know, that doesn't get that much traction. It's generally offices of higher-ups, and they tend to keep to their own places.
Are there cameras looking at this door?
Yes.
Are you knocking again or what?
Richard,
Yes.
do you know... You've been talking to IT people recently. Do you know who would be fastest to contact to get any of the recordings from the cameras?
Yeah. I could, head by and talk to him. Is there... Should I?
Yes.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute. And I'll go head to wherever the, like, security office is.
Okay. Yeah, you head to the security office. There is a it's a slightly like dimly lit room, and you, I'm guessing, knock on the door or whatever. A voice says, "Come in."
I'll open the door and come in.
You see like a girl with a very short ponytail and bangs in a security officer's uniform greets you. Can I do something for you?
Yeah. You guys see anything weird lately on any of the cameras? Or
No. Is there a problem?
I was just sent to check it out. We were at near the administration offices. I don't know if I'd assume it was to check something of the cameras around there, and you guys haven't seen anything there? Heard anything?
The administration wing? She looks, types a command into her computer, and another screen is pulled up, and you see the camera feed of Lake and the others. Is this what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's them. Do you have, like, any saved tapes or anything from...
Yeah,
on this, view?
We can go back on the tapes. How early were you thinking? Should I just rewind until...
Yeah, that should work.
Okay. She begins to rewind, and you see your friends, or your coworkers come in and leave the hallway. You see a few various people walk down, very, very spaced out in between. No one goes in or out of Director Aziz's office for the better part of the day, since you all went in there in the beginning.
Okay. So were we the last people
Yes.
to have walked out? Okay. Alright. Thanks for showing me. Just was told to come check it out, but, doesn't look like the camera's caught anything, so,
What do you mean?
yep, I'll,
Caught anything?
Oh,
Is
oh,
something wrong?
I don't. I'm not sure yet. I was just told to come check it out. Maybe it's just a. I'll get back to you on it, but thank you.
Oh,
I'll head
okay.
out. And then I'll head back to the office.
Okay.
While we're waiting, does anything happen?
Lake stands just with his back to the door. Just like pretty stiff.
What are we doing?
Something is wrong.
Elaborate.
Hit someone?
I have reason to believe there is a corpse in this room.
He's going to
Not that
touch the
old.
door.
Wait.
May I? He's moved to touch the door.
Does Lake,
Lake
stop?
doesn't like get out of the way. He's like
Did
still in
Lake tell
front
him
of the
to
door.
wait?
Yes.
Why?
I want to see what the cameras say first.
Taps his foot on the ground.
After a little bit, Richard would come kind of sprinting back. Hey, I just checked with the security department. No one is, at least on the cameras, no one's been in or out of this room since we left earlier this morning.
This is bad.
So,
Permission to go in, sir.
He'll open the door.
Okay.
Is it locked?
Is it locked?
It is not locked.
Oh, shit! All his power went out.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Fuck.
That's a really bad time.
yeah.
I mean, I guess we could cut it off there as a cliffhanger, but
Sad.
Damn.
I'll describe the room.
Okay.
You walk into, or you open the door, and you see what looks like a scene of carnage. There is blood everywhere. Director Aziz's body lays limp over the side of the desk. The various trinkets that she has on her desk, the little music player, stuff like that, are scattered about, some on the floor. There are...
That sounds fixable.
Yeah.
Okay.
And... yeah, Director Aziz is on, like, slumped over the desk, with what looks like a large knife in her stomach.
Are there like
Is there
windows in
anything
here?
There is a window, yeah.
Is there anything notable about the knife?
Do you go up to it and look at it?
I am not entering the room.
Okay.
Avril is stepping across the threshold unless someone stops him.
You can't really
No,
see
I wouldn't stop him.
you can't really see the knife from this angle.
He like gets silent when the door opens for a moment and then begins walking into the room.
Okay.
Carnage and struggle.
Mm-hmm.
He swallows a little bit and walks over to behind the desk and leans down over the body.
What are you trying to do?
Inspect the body and the knife.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Okay. Hey,
Okay.
swallows again.
Everyone else sees as Avril walks straight through a pile of blood. So there's blood on his shoes now. But you go up and you inspect the knife, and it doesn't seem... You can't really make out anything about it. It's this dark, kind of jagged material embedded in her stomach.
Does it look like a modern knife, a kitchen knife, a machete? Does it look familiar? What's up with this knife?
It doesn't look familiar. It doesn't look like any sort of kitchen knife you used.
It's like a strange knife.
Yep.
This knife is abnormal.
Without disrupting too much of the scene, can you determine anything else?
It is not a kitchen knife. Nor is it any modern knife. Looks at the window. Does it look like there is a sign of entry? Break in?
With a 1? No.
Cannot determine if there was a sign of break-in. Is it possible to determine the direction the struggle took place? Are there footprints, anything like that?
You look down and you see your own footprints in blood.
Aside from my own footprints, none are particularly discernible.
There's not.
Is there anywhere you can like walk in here that is not covered in blood on the ground?
There is. It's just kind of like pooling in the center of the room.
Okay. I'll try to avoid it.
Puts his hand over his mouth and keeps staring.
I'll like try to avoid the blood on the ground. Is there like a splatter coming from the back? Like,
Are you trying to determine what direction she was stabbed in?
yeah, like is she laying in the direction that she was stabbed from?
Make a d20 roll.
Looks like there is quite the fight.
Agree.
You are able to tell that she is slumped over the desk. She has her knife in her, like, abdomen, stomach area, so you know that she was stabbed from her front as a fatal thing. You don't know anything else other than that.
Okay.
Is the door shut, or is like just leaving it open?
It's just left open right now.
Are you sure you want people able to just come by the room and see and say?
Probably call someone about this and
Yes, should probably be reported.
Probably.
yeah, it should be reported.
I have a bad feeling about this, but we should report it.
I mean, not that this is our fault, but something's definitely going on here.
Wait, okay. I do want to enter the room, actually.
Okay.
I want to investigate the room, and can I use Augur to help me do that?
I'll be right back really fast.
Yeah, you...
Because this is a new day, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Roll. Roll with advantage.
Okay.
Oh, miss.
fucking Thomas the Tank.
Yes,
That really happened.
that happens actually. Lake walks in and Thomas the Tank Engine flies away.
Yeah.
You get an image here as you're looking around the room. I think you haven't seen this thing before. You didn't expect this, but now that you're like in the room, you get glimpses of the past and what transpired here. And you get a vision of the director with their eyes fully blooming, in that like rose hypnotic pattern kind of thing. Their mouth full of thorns, stretching from a tattoo behind their ear. They are struggling with themselves, and you're getting this from the perspective of leaning over the shoulder of a dark figure, as they're like struggling to keep the knife. It looks like they're like trying to force it away almost, as they are plunging the knife into themselves.
No one touch the knife. We need to find Crow, and who was the other one who had the tattoo?
And Amity?
Amity.
Is related to them?
Possibly. I believe that the director was forced to commit suicide because of these tattoos.
I'll go check on Amity then.
I'll find Crow.
He just stands in the room and doesn't say anything.
Do not disrupt this scene.
Probably close the door too.
He says nothing and waits for them to leave. She's back!
Hello.
Do they
God.
leave?
Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah.
Yes.
me? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
You're good.
Do you need a quick rundown? James is giving it, I guess.
Yeah, we opened the door. Aziz is dead. There's so much blood, so much blood. And Avril walked right in, so now there's footprints. But that's okay. So we've determined the knife is weird, I guess. The knife is not a knife that Avril has seen before. And also, Lake had funny visions happen and has basically determined that it was because of the rose tattoos. So Aziz had a rose tattoo and it like covered her face, and then she stabbed herself.
Do we need to check on the other people with rose tattoos now?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
and
thinking.
yeah, Lake is going to find Crow, and
Richard is going to find Amity.
Yeah, Richard is finding Amity.
You guys
Avril has
gonna
been
leave
told
the-
not to disturb the scene, and he's just standing there. And Richard told him to shut the door after they go.
I was gonna say you're just gonna leave the two like most unstable gods with a pile of blood in the office, like.
Yeah,
He's
that is
also
what's
been, like,
happening. Yes,
Casually swallowing for a bit.
Okay.
He's not moving and not saying anything and just waiting for them to leave.
should Basalt just stay there? I don't know.
You can watch him.
I'll,
We'll be back.
He
okay.
flicks his tail.
She like does the fingers towards your eyes, towards your eyes.
Shut the door.
With us in there?
So people don't see. We don't need a panic to start.
I'm gonna walk outside and close the door.
Okay.
So she's leaving him in there by himself.
Yes. I'm trusting you.
I'm gonna bend down.
Mhm.
And wipe some of the blood off of. He's gonna take both of his gloves off and wipe some of the blood off of his shoe.
Okay.
I'm going to taste it.
Okay.
How is it?
Tastes like blood.
Cool. He's gonna put his gloves back on. And just stand there with his arms crossed with a very it's a very stiff body.
Okay. Let's go to Richard. You make your way to the office where you suspect Amity to be. And after asking around, she isn't there today.
Does anyone did Amity call in sick today, or anyone know what she's been up to?
One of your coworkers responds, I feel like I saw her earlier. I think she brought coffee, but I haven't seen her for the better part of the day.
But you say she came in here?
I'm pretty sure.
All right. Well. Okay. I'll just go and ask around and see if anyone else has seen her.
Okay. You eventually get some direction that she had headed to the archives earlier in the day and has not come back.
Okay. I'll head there then.
Okay. Lake, you make your way to Crow's office, and you get there, the door's closed.
I open the door.
Okay. There's no one in there.
I'm using another stand.
Okay.
I assume you know what I'm gonna do. It's location,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing.
You get glimpses of Crow. She is in what looks like it's like she is on the roof, you think. She seems to be like using some of her powers on the roof. You see her talking to what look to be a bunch of crows.
I'm going to get to the roof as fast as I can.
Okay. You make your way to the roof, and you open it, and you see Crow is there with like a flock of ravens, just kind of like feeding them birdseed. She looks up. Oh, like. Is something wrong?
Director Aziz is dead.
What? And we'll cut to Richard, who makes his way to the archives. Richard, you walk into the archives and you see who we know to be Lottie is seemingly knocked out on the floor and right next to the front desk.
Are they like breathing? Or
You get down and you check. They seem to be breathing.
okay. Well, I continue in then.
As you continue in, you see in the artifact storage in the way back where they keep like the bigger things, you see Amity seemingly standing over something.
I'll go up to her. Try to see what she's looking at.
As you go up to her, you see these thorns are wrapping around her her mouth, and her eyes have that like blooming quality to them. And she is sitting around what looks like a large casket, and 4 of those railway spikes that you saw are like jammed into the sides of them so that it's like nailed down to the floor. And she's just like staring at it.
Okay. Is she like directly over it?
Mm-hmm.
And she's being like pulled into it?
It doesn't seem like she's being pulled into it. The thorns are coming from like that tattoo around her.
Okay.
But she's not like being tethered to it. She's just staring over it.
Okay. I'll go over and try to like pull her away from it. And see if I can just like grab on like the vines, the like thorns, and try to like pull them.
Yeah. You see her cry out as you pull these thorns away. The tattoo just seems to like make more as you are trying to do this, and you see her eyes like flit to you, and as you like pull them out, there's a glimmer of who you know to be Amity in there, who looks up at you with like pleading eyes before that like sort of rose-like quality covers them again, and she's going to try to push you into the coffin.
Okay. She can try.
Okay. What do you do to stop yourself from being toppled into this coffin?
I will just try to resist it at first, but if it feels like she could actually push me into this, then I will do something.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to like stand my ground for now.
Okay. It does feel like she is getting some sort of leverage on you, and she's actually, like, you see vines are wrapping around your legs, and you're sure that you can, like, she can take you off momentum and use leverage to get you in there fairly easily right now.
Okay. I'm gonna try to use my ability.
Okay.
This one.
Okay.
Ow.
I believe that is a mixed success, if I remember correctly. So you, I think you're able to get her off of you, and she stumbles back, and I think that as you like do this, you put your hand on the rim of the coffin, and you look down inside of it, and you just see an expanse of what looks like a empty hole, some sort of like black hole farther than where it should have reached. It's just this swallowing darkness inside.
Okay.
And Amity looks up and snarls at you. And we're gonna cut away from that. Crow says, "What?"
I have reason to believe that you do know why you have that rose tattoo. Or at least you know more behind it than you have told me.
I don't.
Is this true?
That's a lie.
Did you know that Aziz would die?
No, This is true.
He nods.
Like, listen, I know that I have the tattoo, and I know how I got the tattoo, but I don't know how I can tell you that I got the tattoo.
Is something forcing you to keep this information from me?
She like winces and kind of like kneels on the ground. You see bits of that like thorn start to wrap around her neck and like start to like force their way into her mouth.
I'm gonna run up and try to like just grab them and rip them away.
Okay. Make a d20 roll.
Okay. Uh, 17.
You're able to rip them away. The tattoo continues to make them, but she has, for the moment, breathing room.
So are they just? So it's just gonna keep growing and crawling into her mouth every so often?
Seems like it.
Is there nothing you can do to tell me?
I don't think I can.
Fuck. Can you tell me where you got it?
Here.
The roof? The bureau?
You see her eyes are starting to glaze over with that same petal-like quality.
I'm gonna grab her wrist and try to take her downstairs.
Okay. Where do you go?
Yeah, either medical wing or I was thinking maybe like somewhere she can be detained. I guess I'll go to the medical wing.
Okay. Yeah.
To Connor.
You make your way to the medical wing. There are a variety of nurses. You know that there is like a quarantine bay for like cases such as this. I'm guessing you bring her in there. There is protocol for this sort of thing because you are dealing with gods on a daily basis.
Then yeah, I would bring her to a quarantine place.
Eventually they get her situated and they essentially use a modified one of the stasis rods and essentially just knock her out into a coma, which seems to stop the like growing of the roses.
Okay. Once I know that they have that all under control for the time being, I'm going to try to find Richard.
Okay. Meanwhile, over at Director Aziz's office, a little bit of time passes before Basalt, someone comes up towards you. You know, you've seen them before. They're supposed to be the captain of one of the other teams. June Walker, you think her name is? She walks up and goes, excuse me, I need to see Director Aziz.
I was gone for a moment. I'm
there's
back in time,
currently
Azir.
a situation in that room. I've been asked to stay here.
Situation?
You'll have to talk to Lake about it. I don't think it's something I can say personally.
Make a d20 roll.
Okay.
Okay. She looks at you up and down. And then kind of like spins on her heel to go find Lake.
She like releases a breath she was holding. Like,
April, are you doing anything inside?
Well, when that discussion happened, he was definitely just frozen there with his hand over his mouth. Breathing really heavily, but the moment he hears the walking away, Basalt hears very gentle footsteps and the door locks.
awesome.
Okay. Richard,
Should've done that earlier.
Richard, you're in the archive room, facing down what used to be Amidine's, now just covered in these vines and thorns, looking down at you.
Okay. Does it look like these the stakes are like keeping this thing open?
The stakes look like they are embedded, and there is what looks like a series of runes that they're making around the thing. They're probably important in some way, but
How like embedded? Like, could I take it out or try to?
you can try to.
Yeah, I'll just try to like kick it out.
Okay. Make a d20 roll.
Yay.
Okay. You try to kick it out, and it does not budge, and you just kind of like clang your foot against it as Amity once again tries to like push you down into the casket, and you feel like a tearing sensation in your upper arm as it is essentially wrenched from its socket, and you take 5 damage.
Nice. Yeah, I'm letting it fucking take it.
Yeah.
No big deal.
She wrenches it from its socket and throws it into the casket, and you see the darkness just swallow it up.
Okay. How far away is it, or is it just gone now?
You get the sense that it is very, very far away. It's like, it's not gone. You could follow it, but it is... There is a amount of spatial distance that you can judge from just like seeing it, and what you know that it's like the distance away from you is more than what that is. There's some sort of spatial anomaly here going on or something.
Is it like straight down though?
Yes.
Okay. There's more of these stakes, right? There's more than just these 4.
Right now there are 4. You're not entirely sure if there are more?
Okay. I will try to keep it open for now, but I'll try to like push Amity away or like grab her and like throw her farther away from me with my one arm.
Make a d20 roll as, Lake, you come in and you see Lottie on the ground and you see the tussle happening behind the stacks.
Awesome.
9.
You're able to throw her to the ground.
Okay, yeah, I'll like throw her and gliding on over the ground. How, like, are they, like, actually embedded in this, or are they just, like, shoved in?
They are actually embedded into it.
Okay.
Like, they are, like, hammered into this coffin.
Does it look like this thing is, like, posing an immediate threat just, like, by being open here?
I think you get a sense of dread that it's not good that it's open.
Oh,
What's happening?
Take her, get her out of here.
All right, I'm gonna try to do that.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Uh, 9.
Okay. You're able to, I think, grab a hold of her, and she's fighting tooth and nail like a rabid dog.
Let's go.
I
I am just trying to take her to the same place that I brought Crow.
The medical wing.
Yeah, that's my destination.
You're able to.
Okay.
Is this in its, like, own room?
This is
or-
in amidst all of the other god artifacts.
That's probably one of the worst places it could be.
You don't say.
Yeah,
Roll a d20 for me.
okay. Nine.
Okay. It's almost imperceptible, but you look down at the casket and you swear that it's growing, like, in size. Just a little bit.
Okay, and my arm is still, like, staying in the same place?
It's falling.
Okay. It just keep going, like, down more and more?
Yep.
How fast is it growing?
It is reaching terminal velocity.
Okay, I'm just gonna take my shotgun out and put it right on the stake and just try to shoot point blank and break it.
Make a d20 roll. Jesus
9
Christ.
again.
That is enough. You shoot out this stake, and all at once the air in the room seems to be sucked into this casket as its lid slams shut, and you, like, are almost out of breath for a second before you. Okay, you you're okay. And the railway spike flies over and lands in a like over in the far wall.
Is it like intact still?
Yep.
It doesn't like. It's not like. Is the casket damaged at all by shooting it?
No.
Okay. How is my arm still falling?
Yep.
Well. I guess I will keep it falling until maybe it hits something. I don't know. I'll just keep it off for now. Yeah. I'm gonna go and take the
Is it
stake out of the
completely
wall.
detached, or is there a string that's just like rapidly stretching?
It is completely
is-
detached.
Yeah.
Okay, because that would be horrifying.
Yeah, I'll go take the stake out of the wall.
Okay. It is slightly hot to your hand, and there's like runes on it.
Okay. Well, I am going to hold on to it and not put it back over there. Is there only one way into this like area?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll head back out and try to get Lottie up.
Okay. It takes a little bit, but you're able to shake her awake.
Is there like... Is my arm still falling?
Yeah.
Okay, well... I'll make sure it grows back by the time she gets up.
Okay.
And then... Yeah, I'll just tell her, stay here. Someone's gonna come to help you out, and I'll call on, like, the phone and ring for someone to come down for medical purposes.
Yeah. I think you do that, and someone does. Just around the same time that, Lake is getting, Amity to medical. And they do the same thing. They put her into essentially a coma. And they go,
Okay.
What is happening?
I don't know. Something has been possessing people to do some certain things. I don't know. Amity is alive for now, and Lottie seems relatively unharmed. But that's all I really know for now. Just we'll try to handle it.
Okay,
And if you see Lake, tell him to get back here.
of course. Back in the office, you have locked the door, and Averill, you hear a shuffling from above in one of the vents.
He looks up.
Can't see anything.
Who's there?
There's no answer.
He's going to walk over so that he can peer straight up into the vent.
You don't see anything.
Makes it not to disturb the crimson. Looks around. How far up is the ceiling?
Ceiling is like 7 feet.
Well, good thing his five-hander is 9 feet long. He's like, whatever. It's definitely tall enough with his height. He's going to lift up and poke at the vent with his with the sheath. That should be like about double his height.
Okay.
10-ish. It should be enough because he's 5'5"
You
plus, however.
you poke at the vent, and it doesn't like come out or anything.
Basalt,
She leans closer to the door.
is there a vent on the other side of this door?
Is there?
There is.
Yeah.
Something's in the vents, check it out.
Okay. Alright, so about a hallway, are there any, like, where, is this on the ceiling or is it on the wall? Like, where
It's on
is
the
this?
ceiling.
It's on the ceiling? Is there anything around me that I can use to get up? Like any chairs or tables or potted?
There's a potted plant.
There's a potted plant? How tall is this plant?
It's like
Like,
3 feet. You're able to it's like a fern. You're able to get up.
Alternatively, if you think you can exert enough self-control, I can go in the vent, but...
I mean, I absolutely can, but like, you're already in there. I'd rather not be switching in and out. And so she gets up on the plant. And can she like unscrew the vent or something?
Yep, you're able to, like, you'd have to have like a screwdriver in order to like actually unscrew it, but you're able to like pry it off if you wanted to.
She has like long fingernails, will that work? She's got like sharp fingernails.
Make a d20 roll.
Make a d20? Okay, if not, then she'll just rip it off the ceiling, but she'd rather not.
He's listening. Did the skittering, like, move away, or is it just still, or what?
It's not a skittering as much as it's a shuffling.
Yeah, but, like, where is it? Is there any movement to it?
It seems
It's a
to
mixed
be-
success.
It is a mixed success. You are able to open up the vent at the same time that what looks like a mass of thorns kind of drops out from the vent. And you realize that throughout all of the vents around here, and the shuffling that you're hearing is just scraping of thorns against metal as there are thorns in the walls.
So does he just hear, like, a clattering outside and metal screeching? Is
Keep
there a
that
situation?
Closed. Keep the vent closed in there.
What is happening?
There's like plants growing in the vents.
Okay. Do you mean to come out?
Can I set it on fire? Totally not related to any prophetic dreams or anything. She set the vents on fire.
How much property damage do you think that would cause?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna look at the walls. Does the bureau look like it's made out of wood, or is it made out of, like, stone?
It's a mixture.
I'll wait until
How
we get some more
flammable does-
opinions on it.
How flammable does the bureau look?
Roll for flammability.
The bureau is fairly... The bureau is an old building. While the outside and the exterior and some of the joints are stone, there is a lot that could go up in it.
This building is not meant for fire, or... Sorry, it's perfectly meant for fire. Don't burn it yet. Hear from the other side of the door.
Okay, I won't. She's gonna like push the vent back up, and if it doesn't like stay, she's gonna hold it there. She's gonna stand on this plant and hold the vent.
Now you see the thorns are growing out of the vent now and just like covering the ceiling where you are.
Is this happening in the other room too, or
No.
just fine? God damn it.
However, you do see from like the bottom, like looking up into the vent, you see something moving.
He's going to look around. What's on Aziz's desk? What trinkets does she have?
There is what looks like a little music box that, like a wind-up, like, well, toy of a ballerina. There is a few little knickknacks, like a scorpion encased in amber and a, like a bunch of paperweight stuff.
Can I don't know if this works, but when I'm looking at these objects, can I attempt to sense epithet in any of these objects that he's inspecting?
I don't think that works like that.
No? Okay. He probably tries and gets nothing then. Something is moving in the vent in here.
Oh. I told you it's plants.
It's not in the room yet.
Okay, keep it that way. If she figures the door is locked, she's gonna go, like, look for other people. Avril, I'm leaving you here. Don't touch anything weird, okay? I'm trusting you. And she like drops the vent. She goes running. Where would she probably tries to figure out where Lake and Richard are.
Okay.
This is a bad idea.
I think you see Lake running up to go find Richard. I think you both run across each other.
Lake would probably actually be headed to Aziz's office.
Oh, perfect.
So
Perfect
Yeah,
timing.
then you both see each other like right outside of Aziz's office.
Like there's plants in the walls.
they're in the walls.
We're in the vent. Yes, there's plants from the vent. Did I burn it?
What do you mean there's plants in the vent?
There's plants in the vents, and I
What does
bring
that
him
mean?
Over, I bring him over to the front door of the office, and I'm like, how can I describe this to you without putting your hands onto the thorns?
Sir, there's scuttling in the vents, and Basalt has reported that upon opening a vent, thorns fell out of it.
You do see thorns are like crawling across the ceiling from inside the vent.
They're like
In the
spreading
office, or-
real fast. Should I light them on fire?
Is the office safe?
Is it safe to light them on fire?
I don't know. Is it safe to let them not be on fire?
This building is rather flammable. I will comment on that right now,
In the
sir.
vents. That's like the airways.
That is the airways. It would
That
be
is
quite
the airway.
bad.
It's bad that they're in there.
I don't think you should light a fire in a vent.
Okay, just let the plants have the vents then. Fine, sure.
I don't know. At
do we-
least they're not out here yet.
What do we do?
I don't know.
Does the vent look like it's giving in at all?
The vent looks like it's straining.
The vent is straining, sir.
We might have to.
Should we evacuate the building?
Is there a fire extinguisher nearby?
There is.
We're gonna let it out of the vent, you're gonna light it on fire, and I'm gonna put the fire out.
I don't think the whole thing is
I
going to
don't
be
think
like-
that's a good idea, sir.
What is the
Yeah,
alternative?
I don't think the plant is going to move out of the vent. I think it is going to keep growing from where it originally started.
If you put out the fire, it'll still spread into the vents. One fire extinguisher isn't that much in the face of something this large.
How large is it?
Is there a central room for where all the vents connect? Can we go there?
There's a ventilation, like, there's a maintenance area, but there's
It
not
would
like a
still be
central.
bad to light a fire there.
Just
I know,
coolant.
we could like get a fire axe and cut all the limbs off and then light the main area on fire. And
Going to start looking around for boxes in Aziz's room.
Okay.
Is there anything that has like communications devices, walkie-talkies, anything like that?
Yeah, there's definitely like there is a cell phone. There is what looks like an old radio as well.
But nothing for like inter-party long-distance communication.
No.
Okay. Goes back to his place.
We need to alert more people. I was hoping we wouldn't have to, but it seems like it would be best to let everyone know what is happening.
Are you attempting to evacuate the building or what?
I don't know. There must be somebody who can deal with this in the building better than we can, probably.
Do you want me to send out an alert? There's
Yes.
a phone in here. What am I saying?
You are saying there is something growing in the vents? There is... What is it doing? What is it...
Shuffling
know,
around,
just-
straining against the vent.
Just say
Am I
there is
directing them
something...
anywhere?
Something growing in the vents near... Is it specifically around here? Do we know how much of the vents are infested?
There's an easy way to find out. He's going to walk over to the phone. Is there like an intercom button? What's up with that?
Yeah, there is essentially. It's a normal phone, but there is a like a department button so that you can like page a department.
He is going to get the entire building.
Okay.
And he's going to pick up the receiver. Does anything go off? Sound or anything?
I mean, no. There's like the hum of the electricity from the other side of the receiver, but
Attention to the Bureau. There are thorns growing in the vents and walls near Aziz's office. If anyone recognizes this phenomenon happening in any other rooms, call Director Aziz's phone now. And he hangs up the phone and sits for a moment.
you sit for a moment, and it is a tense silence. Richard, you hear that from where you are, and you look over at some of the offices nearby who are checking their vents, and kind of like they're kind of like looking around frantically as they all call Director Aziz. You get a billion calls.
He picks up the first one. Where is it?
Research.
Hangs up, picks up the next one. Where is it?
Research.
Hangs up, picks up the next one. Where is it?
Admin.
Next one.
You get essentially the entire building, every single sector.
He silences the phone for a moment and puts it back to the whole comms. Attention, Bureau. This problem is widespread across the entire building. Do your best. And hangs up.
Do your best.
Good luck. You hear that from behind the door.
I'm expending a stamina
Okay.
for a juice for information.
intercom comes back on. I will be here if anything of relevance comes up again, and I will be picking up the phone. Get your messages done in 5 seconds because I will be hanging up and moving on to the next call as needed.
You get a vision of, your mind actually, like, follows the thorns up through the vents all the way down to the coolant system, and you see, in the direct, like, center of all of the cooling pipes and everything, and, like, the very, very bottom in maintenance, you see a large, what looks like a flower, almost.
Okay. Next, I'm trying this.
Okay. You get images of a flower over the course of many, of millennia. They are a large, rooted, being that, can essentially, like, has a lot of, like, thorny whips and a lot of ability to grow and spread, but you don't see anything about controlling anyone. Seems it's not working alone.
That's
He's just
bad.
picking up calls and listening to see if anyone is saying anything that actually matters, and then hanging up on them if they don't say it within 12 seconds.
You see the, Richard, you see the entire research sector is devolving into hysteria.
Alright. Okay, yeah, I'll just, like, head over and, like, point everyone towards the exit and try to get them to evacuate.
Okay. You're able to get a, like, an evacuation route going.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll get some other people, like, from that to go to other departments and get them to leave too. And then I'll head towards the main office.
Any useful messages?
No. They're just
Okay.
a bunch of people in hysterics.
You said the source was at the, like, maintenance
It's in
spot?
the
like-
maintenance cooling area. Like the
Okay.
the AC units kind of thing.
Avril, direct all. Direct any personnel who specialize in god elimination to the cooling maintenance area.
Any person specializing in god elimination should be directed to the main cooling area.
Hopefully someone will come to help. We should be heading there also. It's better than hanging around here.
Are we leaving Avril in there?
I don't think you're gonna get any more useful calls.
Probably not. They're very scared.
Yes, so we should get going and try to deal with the problem while we still have any chance of doing so.
Final intercom message is the problem will now be attempted to be dealt with. There's no one in this office anymore. He opens the door, starts walking.
We need to group up with Richard and we will head to where I believe the source is.
Will Richard not go to...
Hopefully he will.
Alright, then let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, after hearing the intercom message, I'll change route and head down there.
Okay. You all meet up right outside of the coolant area. There are what looks to be a handful of other people. There is, June is there with, Moth and Dancer, and, the person with the, jean jacket with a bunch of, patches on them, is there as well. They all look around confused. What's happening?
I'm going to check everyone's ears first.
Okay. You check everyone's ears. It doesn't seem like any of them have any tattoos.
Okay. There's a god that has seemingly taken root in here. We need to take care of it.
How did they get past the defenses?
I don't know. I wasn't here for when it initially happened.
Shit. Okay. Do we
I've
know?
only realized that it was happening.
Do we know anything about it?
I assume it to be the rose god. However, I also believe that there is more than one god involved in whatever is going on. I have no clue what the second would be, though.
Great. Okay. On 3?
I suppose so.
Unsheathes sword.
Extends staff.
June counts down 3, 2, 1, and you kick open the door. And that's where we're going to leave for tonight.
Okay.
Big drama.
We love it. We love it.
Hell yeah.
I like going on an intercom and being like, there's a catastrophe across the entire building. Have fun, guys.
Do your best.
Do your best with a laugh is horrible to hear over the intercom when someone's
Very.
like, sorry,
So bad.
something very bad is happening. Good luck, guys. It's not great.
Anyone want to do epithet guessing?
Let me pull up the document.
This is the document again.
Sinew for wait, is Sinew already been guessed for Richard?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Never
guessless.
mind.
Yeah.
It doesn't count then.
Re-guessing just in case something changed.
Yeah, just in case I changed my mind.
How about massacre for Richard?
It is not massacre.
Damn it.
Massacre.
Yeah. Massacre. Other guesses for Richard?
Oh, I'm ready to guess today.
How about blood? Just blood for Richard.
Not blood.
Not
Damn
blood?
it.
Damn.
What about growth for Richard?
It is not growth.
Okay.
For Averil, I'm gonna guess state.
No.
How about-
And then
No, it's not that. I don't know.
and then for Lake, I'm gonna guess connect or like connected. Connect.
Nope.
Nope. Mm.
I have no idea for like. I'm also not ready for like yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm,
Anonymous Kiwi.
And then uh, and then for, can I guess for NPCs? For Crow, I want to guess network.
It is not.
Mm.
Can I guess perception for like?
you can guess it.
You can guess it.
I'm guessing it.
Incorrect. But it's like pretty close to something.
Oh fuck. If anyone says the word I'm thinking of, I cry.
For April? Or for Lake Rally?
For like,
You've got to guess for your own character.
yeah. Is one of Lake's view?
Nope. How about... I don't think it's this, but I guess I'll guess it because I can't think of anything else. Is it form for Avril?
no.
Who
Yeah, I
just
didn't
left?
think so.
Oh, the
The
bot.
bot left.
Okay, I was like, why is
Yeah,
there
it
still
got
sound?
banned.
From
I don't know.
I should make an NPC whose epithet is the Pharaoh's Curse.
True.
Yeah.
Lake hasn't used the Pharaoh's Curse this session.
Mhm.
Nobody used anything this session, really.
That's true. Well,
Yeah.
Lake used one ability over and over and over again.
Avril did the same thing.
Lake is at like half stamina almost.
I'm gonna add a thing in my inventory that says how many shots Avril has taken within the past, like, 30 minutes, because
Alright, can you roll me a d20, by the way?
Okay, well, I guess he's suffering already. Or, wait, maybe it's... It might not be the shot.
Okay.
Okay, it happened. Okay.
We will deal with that later.
Put it public, what is it?
Oh.
This is This could be a couple things, probably.
I'm excited.
I'm not. I am. I'm scared. He's
It's
had
about time there were repercussions for that.
for what?
For jamming a bunch of adrenaline shots into you.
He did it over like the course of 40 minutes. How many did he take? I have to go scroll up in chat
5.
and see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, he's probably gonna have to take more in the combat.
Yeah, you
I would
were just
assume.
like taking them for no reason. Why were you doing that?
Is it for no reason if I have 18 stamina out of 20 going into combat instead of fucking 13 or whatever?
I don't know.
It's
Didn't even know we were going
pre.
into combat.
I'm going in
It's-
with 11, it's fine.
It's preparation. Also, for no reason, we were in a church talking to God.
And we didn't fight.
How is he supposed to know this?
You're naturally drawn towards violence, and I think that says something about your character.
Me?
No,
At least half of the party is naturally drawn towards violence.
Yeah. I have a guess.
Okay.
Is Avril's meld?
No.
Okay.
A good guess.
That's a pretty good one.
Inventory. I love having in my miscellaneous just counters for things. 5 amount adrenaline shots taken within the day.
Thank you all for playing.
Yeah, thank you for hosting. This is always
There we go.
This was a
New
good
counter.
session.
Hell yeah.
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 Big gaming.
Oh, where's
I
the
liked the vibes of the church. They were wrong, and I think that's good.
what did we do with the thing we got from put in the EpiPen in the lady?
You still have it.
Yeah, Lake
Yeah.
has
Oh,
it.
I should add that to my inventory, my
Oh yeah, can I
EpiPen.
keep the EpiPen in all this chaos?
Well,
Yeah, you
I never
and-
asked for it back.
You and
Well,
Avril
and
still
Aziz
have
is dead
yours.
now, so.
Is that a miscellaneous or a weapon?
It's a weapon.
What do
Yeah,
I call
they-
it? God EpiPen?
I think it was a stasis shot. Is what
Yeah,
it's
stasis.
called.
Aces. Shot. What do I write?
I'll put it in chat.
Okay. Adrenaline shot overdose, adding a new layer to the shit he was doing in the office.
Yeah.
There was probably a way to prevent this, right?
What
I
is
feel
he's
there
dying?
was. Yeah,
Maybe like telling her about the dream.
I guess that's
It's
true.
That we knew that
I-
she would have
I-
because we saw Crow.
I don't think that in itself would have worked.
Yeah, but like she didn't have like any clue probably.
Yeah,
You
she
could have
was-
given her a clue.
She has the headscarf on, so it's not like anyone would have noticed the tattoo either.
Oh, true.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Maybe if we investigated more, but before the mission, but I don't know.
Yeah, you went and spoke to the other two, but not Aziz, about the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys killed the Rector's. Good job.
That's true.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.